change that process, I'm certainly welcome and open to that.
Sure, because that was a different council.
That was a different council.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
So,
very good.
all right,
Thank you.
well, I'm going to go ahead and get started. Click on this. There it is. Okay, so we're going to go over the general fund budget. So for FY 2025, we're projecting a fund balance of $2.9 million with an emergency fund of $1 million, an estimated total of $3.9 million. Now, I do want to go over this, and this is one thing that changed in your budget. Y'all adopted an ordinance back in 2010 that your emergency fund would be 1 month of operating expenses. Your operating expenses obviously have changed. $1 million used to cover 1 month of operating expenses. It no longer covers 1 month of operating expenses. So in your packet, it says approximately less than 1 month of operating expenses is that $1 million in emergency funds. Your operating expenses are close to $15 million. And so you have to divide that $15 million by 12, and that's how you come up with the 1.284 is actually what you would need to have 1 month of emergency fund. Now, that's a separate policy decision, and so as I'm meeting with y'all, that's one of the questions I'm going to be asking. Do you want to change your policy and actually have 1 month of emergency funds? If you do, it's going to be more than that $1 million that y'all have had since 2010. So that's one area that will come up. Let's see here. So your total deficit right now, as we're sitting with no major cuts, because I left the major ones for y'all, you're sitting at $777,000 deficit. That means you are short $700,000. Your operating revenues here, Mayor, this slide changed as well, and I'll explain why. The number you have in your budget is $13 million. And the $13 million goes, I'm going to just get to that slide, equates to this number right here. This light is not working.
I'm sorry.
There it is. This $13 million is what you have on that slide. I'm going to show you why I prefer to use the $14 million here in just a little bit. So your increased revenues actually is up from FY24 of $384,000. We're keeping the proposed tax rate the same at 0.48. This is an estimated tax rate. We have to wait for the Bexar County to give us a certified tax roll. It normally comes in July 25th, around that area. But we're projecting the same tax rate as of right now. Your market value for the tax year 24 increased by $35 million. We don't know how much we're going to lose in appeals. We lost last year about $67 million. And so we do have a projected increase of $175,000 over FY24. And this is just a breakdown. People used to say, you know, the city's taking all my money in taxes. Well, actually, it's Northside Independent School District that takes the majority of your taxes. We only make up 21% of your taxes. So the average home in Leon Valley is around $224,000. So the average tax levied is about $1,088 per home.
Oh, excuse me. Well, all right.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say Northside. I know I didn't pay any taxes last year, so I'm just curious what it's going to be for FY25, but
Right.
You'll give that to us later, I'm sure, because that's probably have gone down.
Well, I mean, this percentage amount, when you get your whole total tax bill, that's how much Northside takes from your tax bill. Now, everybody has different exemptions. That's why it says on average, everybody has different things on their tax bill. This isn't exact numbers for everybody's tax bill. Everybody's different. So depending on your exemptions, this could change. But for the average employee paying taxes with no exemptions, this is what it looks like. Average taxable home value increase. So again, our average home value was $204,000 last year. We went up to $224. So that's an increase of $19,000. Last year, your increase on your average home was $23,000, and I think the year before that, don't quote me, it was like closer to $30,000. You saw the market for homes skyrocket, and so those increases were pretty huge. That's starting to settle down. Your average tax increase per household is about $96. So each household only went up close to $100. And then this is just a projected chart of your tax rate over the years. And you can see in 2020, your tax rate was 0.54. Then you decreased a penny in 21 and 22 to 0.53. And then y'all decreased exponentially by 0.48, which is about 6 cents in 23 and in 24, because we were seeing those high costs of home
Prices.
values come in and sales tax. Inflation on sales tax, as we kind of go through this PowerPoint, you'll see has actually starting to come down and decrease and level off, as well as home values. So your projected revenue, so your notable things that you're going to see, your ad valorem only went up 175,000. Your building permits did go up to 241,000. However, you will also see that on the expenditure side. We anticipate some new subdivisions coming in next year, and so we did have an increase in fees that we have to pay to the inspector, and so we have to increase the revenue side of your building permits as well. We actually decreased your sales tax by 75,000, and your EMS revenues, just the way they're tracking this year, we decreased it by 9,300. And again, guys, these projections and revenues, we're still waiting on next quarter for the sales tax to come in to make some final decisions, as well as the ad valorem tax to come in for the county. And then we'll continue to track your EMS revenues, and that may change a little bit as well. Your general fund, for the most
Excuse
part.
me,
Yes.
Mr. Martinez wanted to.
Why is the EMS
ask a question.
down?
It's normally people's payments, so people just aren't paying their bill.
Okay, I thought we had a program to
We do have a collection program, and we have an ASK program, and that's also budgeted in here, where the state refunds those for, I think it's Medicare discrepancy portions of it. But there's some people that just don't pay their bill. I mean, outstanding bills. So as times get tough, you decide whether or not to pay your EMS bill or your light bill. You're going to pay your light bill over your EMS bill.
Okay, thank you.
So you
Thank
take
you.
a look at your general fund pie chart and just the breakdown. So this is your budget, and it's in your general fund. Your ad valorem makes up 40% of your budget. Your sales tax makes up 27% of your budget. And then everything else is just smaller amounts. Your expenditure highlights. This slide changed too. Your expenditures changed to 15 million, and I'll show you why I made that change. And then your biggest increase is $1 million, and the majority of that increase is dealing with personnel costs. Your capital expenditures are 2.7 million, and it decreased by 556,000. And I'll go over what that 2 million is. Your general fund expenditures by category, 15% is capital, but as you can see, the biggest pie chart is your personnel. Your personnel will always be, for any organization or any business, your personnel is going to be your largest cost. General fund expenditures by department, as you can tell, public safety makes up 45% of that personnel cost. Okay, so this is the slide y'all got in your PowerPoint. And I made me a cheat sheet. So I'm going to go over those numbers with you and why I changed the numbers. So in the original revenue you had, in the slide that you had the $13,976,676 in your slide as your revenue. What your revenue actually is you're going to take your total revenue and you're going to subtract 1.2 million for your hike and bike trail grant. And you're also going to include the 229,000, which is this number here, from PEG funds. And so your total revenue, your actual operating revenue, is $14,633,254. I'm sorry, $14,633,254. And so your total expenditures, you're going to subtract your capital outlay. So when you include your expenditures, you're going to take out this $2,781,000 because your capital outlay comes from your reserve fund. It doesn't impact your expenditures for that year. And then you're going to also subtract $254,000. And that $254,000, and you'll see it in the line item, $200,000 is for a master plan, and I didn't want that to hit your operating expenditures. I'd rather it come from your reserve if you choose to do it. If you don't do it, then it's fine. We take it out and it's fine. But I had that $250,000 come from your capital reserve, but I couldn't put it in capital because it's technically not a capital item. But I'm having that $250,000 hit your capital, your reserve fund, and not the operating expenditures.
And that's 254 for a master plan
So
for,
250,000 for a master plan.
for what?
For the city's master plan.
The planning and zoning?
Yes,
And
city-
we've
so
got the park?
Comprehensive master plan. Yes, you have a park master plan that's separate from the
Right,
city's
yeah.
master plan. And then $4,000 of that comes from the PEG funds, and it's technically not a capital item because it's less than 5,000, but it's just to do some small upgrades to be able to stream at the community and conference center. And so that 4,000 hits your PEG fund line item, not your actual operating expenditure. So your total operating expenditure is $15,410,552. And so that makes you deficient $777,000. Now, out of this capital outlay, what's in there is $2.1 million for your hike and bike trail. Only 1.2 will be returned to the city. So that means the city's expending 29,000. So your true capital of what you're paying for police cars, for true capital to run the city, is actually $629,000. So your hike and bike trails over $800,000 that you're spending. So I just want to make sure you understand that that's what your capital. That $2 million seems really high if you take a look at what we spend in capital, but that's because it's your hike and bike trail. This just breaks down the revenues. I'm not going to go through them all, but y'all always ask what's in these revenues, what's in licensing fees, permits, others. And so these are the breakdowns of all of those franchise fees, sales tax, ad valorem tax. These are all the licenses and fees that we have. And these are the normal grants that we get. And if you go back there, there's the hike and bike trail grant. This is the one we back out. These other ones are small. We get them every year. We leave them in there. But this is the one we back out of the operating revenues.
And I did see Google in there.
Google franchise, it's in there.
Is
It's
it?
under utilities or something.
Oh, I just didn't see the word Google. That's
Yeah,
what
I
I
think
was
it's
looking
under
for.
It's under franchise. It's under one of
Franchise?
them.
Where is it?
It's under franchise. Cable
Oh,
franchise.
cable franchise fees. Okay, I was just looking for the word Google. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that breaks down your revenues. This is when everybody always asks, what's the other in revenues? This is the other in revenues. It's just, you'll see a bunch of small ones, interest and income, EDC interest and income. So those are all the other, what's considered other. All right, so now we're going to move on to each of the departments. I'm going to go through this pretty quickly, so if you have any questions, just raise your hand. We do have a long agenda this evening, so I'm going to try to get through this pretty quickly. Your court expenditures, your personnel did go up. It's at the end of the PowerPoint presentation, but what I did is I did budget for a 3% cost of living for the staff this year, and their 2% merits if they qualify in the budget. The reason this personnel number is going to be a little bit higher, or there's some unknown factors in there. We have to make an estimation, and so I try to do worst case scenario. So we put a 10% health insurance increase, 10% property and liability increase, and a 1% increase in your TMRS retirement. Now, do I think they're going to come in that high? No, probably not. We did meet with Gallagher. We will have an increase in your health insurance. You're running about 212% over your claim amount, your ratio. And so you will have an increase in your health insurance. But I don't know if it'll reach 10%. But that's what I put in there. So you will see that the personnel costs have gone up a lot, but that's some of the unknown factors. And that's why sometimes when y'all ask me, I'm like, it's hard to come with a budget this early because there's a lot of unknowns and we're making a lot of estimations. So your court expenditures is actually $431,000. And then I do break it down for you. So it's a slight increase, and the majority of this increase is due to your personnel. But what I tried to do was try to make sure that the court supplies and operating didn't go up very much. So if you take a look at the court supplies from year after year, it only went up $199. And you'll see that we took down, we bought the printer this year. We break down everything. So your toner and drums, just office supplies went up a little slightly. when you take a look at your contractual, we brought down a lot of these. The big one is we're not doing virtual court and in-person court anymore. We're just doing in-person court. So we were able to take down some of these contractual line items. And so you will actually see in your contractual, we went down $18,000 in your contractual. So I'm trying to help you offset any increase in your personnel costs as much as I possibly can. Finance department, the majority of their increased are dealing with our outside entities. So your external audit, we're anticipating, because we got to go out for bids this year, we're anticipating a small increase or an increase of $2,555. Bear County dues are going up by $4,000, and CEC ruling reporting is going up $1,000 next year. So those are the majority of your increases. They're not anything that I can change. Those are just outside agencies going up on their fees, and we don't have a choice on those. I did bring down, just by the way that they were tracking this year, their utility portion of for finance.
Excuse me, do you take the total utilities and divide it by the departments?
Yes, and we tried it, well, so it kind of messed us up. For a long time, we had one bill for utilities, water, and we would divide it by the number of personnel in those departments. Then Kevin was here and he tried to group them all together, but then we under budgeted, and so then we had to just find the money in those departments to fill it out. We broke it back out because it's easier for us to track when we have a history. And so Vicki broke them back out by department again, and we're back on track. And so I'm just making some small adjustments when I see year to date isn't flexing out the right way. And so with finance, their portion is going down slightly.
Okay, thank you.
City manager council expenditures, this part, because everybody sees city manager and council, it is also your HR director, Angela Trejo, which is the mayor, mine's assistant, is also in this budget, as well as your city secretary. So people understand it's just not you and the council and myself. So you'll see the increase in personnel services. Again, that has to do with the increases. And then I went ahead and broke it down quite a bit on what we spend each year. I did take down supplies by $5,800. On your contractual side, I'm sorry, this is continued for supplies, $6,800. On your contractual supplies, I took it down $128,000. You can see all of the adjustments that I made there. We won't have the staff utilization report next year. Haven for Hope won't be there next year. But the big ones are, I did take down your TML attorney fees because we're only, I mean, it sounds bad, but we're only getting sued like maybe 1 or 2 times a year that we have to pay the TML deductible. So that's $5,000. So I did take it down by one lawsuit, if that makes any sense. Go ahead.
How about the elections? Why is that half?
So what Sandra had in there is she always plans for a special election. To me, if y'all decide to have a special election, we'll come for a budget adjustment. Y'all made the decision to have a special election. I'm not going to budget for it ahead of time. I don't foresee a special election coming for anything. Y'all already made a decision not to go for the charter amendments. Y'all may change your mind and you may want to do that at some point. And if you do, then you would have to do a budget adjustment accompanying that item. And so I just took down that dollar amount.
Thank you.
And these are just the breakdowns of the additional contractual. As you can see here, I made a lot of adjustments, and just by the way that they were tracking this year. So I will tell you, in the past, when it came to y'all's budget, your managers would do the first budget, and then after that, they would just add 5% or systematically cut. Everybody's taking 10% without any rhyme or reason. And so I've been product of that in the past for many, many years. They would just bump the budget up 5% or take it down, and it makes things off kilter. And so since I've taken over, I've tried to do a zero-based budgeting in the sense that we bring everything back down to zero and I make them account. So that's why you'll see some of these lists are pretty expensive. You'll see toner and printers, and you'll see things because I really wanted them to break down what they actually need.
Dr. Cardetta?
Yes.
On the previous shelf where you had printing $45,000, does that include the $30,000 for the Lions War?
That is the lion's work.
Thank
The
you.
majority of that's the lion's work, yes. Okay, your information technology. Yes, ma'am.
Who pays the insurance on the, for employees?
The city does.
They don't pay anything?
They pay for the dependent care coverage.
Didn't we have wasn't there a new policy last year? Weren't there two gentlemen over here trying to get us to sign a new policy? Was that good for 2 years, or was it only good for a year?
So health insurance is done every year. The council has to adopt the health insurance every year. Every year, your broker comes and presents to y'all's health insurance plans. The council does make a decision on what the base plan will be, because that's the health insurance you will cover for city employees. City employees across the board, all 26 suburban cities, every single one of those cities cover 100% for their employees. We have public safety. Nobody pays a penny for their health insurance. Now, it is split. Some cities cover for dependent care coverage. Some cities do not. We do not cover for dependent care coverage. Some will pay 50-50 dependent care coverage. There's different variations. But for as long as I have been here and prior to me being here, the city has never paid for dependent care coverage. We've only paid for employee-only coverage. And we only pay for health, dental, and life insurance. Any vision, any additional life insurance, and the life insurance is only $10,000. So any additional life insurance is on the employee. And so any supplementals the employee pays for.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. A fairly new budget is your information technology budget. So you'll see an increase here, and it's because I'm trying to slowly move things out of other department line items and move it over into IT's budget, because he's the one that's going to be managing those projects. So you'll see some increases here, but it's because I'm trying to shift things over where they need to be, so we can get a better accounting for it. You'll see that his supplies did go up by $16,500. I did change, so you'll see in here council manager laptops, you'll see 6. It's actually a little bit less than that. We're going to tier them off. And so for those of you whose laptops aren't working the best, then we'll replace y'all's first. If your laptop's working fine, then we'll leave y'all alone. And then next year we'll replace the remainder. And so I'm going to try to tier it off versus trying to buy all of y'all's laptops at the same time, because it gets kind of pricey. And then I have him taking over so we can get a better inventory. My biggest problem with the technology piece, or when directors were asking for new computers, is like, okay, when was that computer purchased? And it's like, well, I don't know, maybe 2010. And I'm like, we needed a better inventory, so I know we have a good replacement for that equipment, because that's the majority of our work are done on computers, printers. Some of our lease agreements for some of our printers, we own the big printer, but we do like police, fire, and us, I think, all lease a small little printer in our areas. And so, but you do have desktop scanners and desktop printers, because sometimes y'all need things in color. Those big printers only print in black and white. And so we have desktop printers to print in color. His contractual did go up $86,000. The big part of this contractual here is the $64,000 for Microsoft Office 365. We had this discussion last year. We didn't put it in the budget last year. Again, you are $777,000 short. And so this may be one of the things that does get cut again. Go ahead.
Mr. Campos.
I would encourage that we not cut something that would jeopardize the city for any cyber attack that is so prevalent today that could really cripple us as a city. And so if this increases our security for the city, I would not cut this.
So again,
It's not about dollars. It's about, it'll cripple us.
So yes and no. So we are prepared for any type of cyber attack. I can't get into detail of what that is, and we can kind of discuss that offline. And I can explain to you the difference between Microsoft Office 365 and our current processes, and maybe you can kind of understand why I'm not. Last year, if we have the money to be able to do it, then I think it is important that you do.
Go ahead. Follow up.
So the city of Dallas
Yep.
said the same thing. Tremendous loss. Yep. And the amount of money that it took to recover was much more than an investment like this.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And
it's
again,
a bigger city, more sophisticated.
Oh, absolutely. We can go over the details of what happened in the city of Dallas. We've had it happen with our small suburban cities. We sat in many meetings. Chavano Park got hit. Alamo Heights, Hollywood Park got hit. And so we pay a portion in your TML coverage just for cyber, for that particularly happening. Again, I'm an advocate. We've been asking for Microsoft Office 365, not just in the last 2 years, but probably the last 5 years. It actually hit the budget last year. We removed it from the budget. But again, when we're talking about scrimping and saving, y'all have some decisions to make. If you're going to keep that, do you keep your $100,000 4th of July event? What is it that y'all have decisions to make? I have recommendations that I can make for you, and absolutely, if it's going to come from Microsoft 365 or your 4th of July, I'm going to pick your Microsoft 365. It's something that needs to be done. But again, I get a lot of backlash when I throw out, we're going to cut the 4th of July event. So again, I just want to go over those details with y'all so you clearly understand that I really did break down what y'all actually pay for, so you understand that there's not a whole lot of fluff in here. There is still room that I definitely can trim some fat off of, but there are some areas that you can still trim off of, or we can have conversations about. But yeah, we can go over that Microsoft 365, but I can't talk about in public what makes ours different than that particular case. So yes, you have 86,000 increase, and again, the majority of that is your Microsoft Office. This is his capital. Actually, I think this says one of these is library, but I think it's Public Works. But it's the switches, and the fire department server needs to be replaced next year. Police expenditures. So that's the breakdown. You can see we went up. The majority of this increase is we included office furniture. We bought new office furniture for the police department back in 2014. Again, when we talk about, can we go another year? Yeah, we can probably go another year without new office furniture. But the guys wear their belts and they destroy all these office chairs, and so a lot of their chairs are just falling apart. They're ripping up. And so they're asking for $10,000, and you'll see office furniture and red light camera and in traffic, because you can pay for office furniture for those individuals out of there. So you'll see a portion of the cost to replace those chairs and some of the desks. Like there's a chunk coming out of your dais. Like some of them have some of those issues. So they're asking for some new furniture. But again, is that a need for this year? We could probably go another year. Fuel, you'll see a big increase in fuel. We went up 12,000. You will also see this in your red light camera, your traffic safety. We have fuel allocated everywhere. Crime control prevention, crime control prevention, and your seizure fund as well. But fuel is a big increase across the board, and you'll see that increase in all of your departments. On your contractual side, we did go up 47,000. The majority of that is your animal boarding. We board with Paul's Ranch, and lately we've just been getting more calls for individuals leaving or abandoning their pets in the apartment complexes. And so the animal types that are getting abandoned are your pit bull types, and nobody's adopting those. And vets are not really putting down healthy dogs. And so before, we used to be able to take the dog to a vet. The vet would just put it down after our requested time, usually 10 days. They're no longer doing that for healthy animals. And so we're being tasked with holding on to those animals for longer periods of time. And so because of that, the cost for boarding them has gone up quite a bit. And so you'll see a slight increase. We are working with the county. Hopefully something will come of that. And so we're hoping for a long-term solution for your animal control. The other thing is, yes, sir.
Now, is there any way, if they're abandoned at an apartment complex, make that the apartment complex's problem?
We try our best to do that, but unfortunately what the apartment complex is doing is just opening the door and letting them loose, so then they're a dog at large and we go and pick them up.
Thank you.
So initially we say, sorry, it's you have to figure out a rehoming situation, and then they just let them loose. And we end up getting called and go pick them up. So.
Yes. Mr. Campos. Thank you.
Could we go back one slide?
Sure.
Wanted to ask you, right there in the personnel costs, why do we have such a large increase in standby as well as the certification pay? 'Cause
So
that's
so you'll
% increase.
Yes. So I did. I think it's at the end of the slide. Standby pay went up slightly. You hadn't touched your standby pay in 20 years.
Would you define that?
Standby pay is anybody that's considered on call and sitting at home, but so they can't go out, they can't drink, they can't leave their home because they could be called back into work.
Okay.
And that's normally your detectives. And so, ooh, Carol, how much did I increase standby pay? It wasn't a lot.
150%,
Yeah, it was I think it was 150%.
150%.
He said 150%.
Yeah, but it was, I mean, I can go back and look at the calculations, but it went up from 7,930 to 9,100, and I want to say we went up $10 per employee.
You went from, I guess special pay is.
So special pay is different. Special pay is, wait, where's special pay at?
It's right next
There,
it's right below.
9,100. So it went from 7,930 to $9,100. So that's your special pay difference. Now, your big one is your certification pay. Now, that one did go up a lot, and so I adjusted everybody's certification pay by $10 per person per pay period, and everybody in the police department has some sort of certification pay. So when I came on, gosh, in 2004, y'all kept your salaries at a minimum, and you had certification pay because certification pay didn't impact your salary, so you didn't have to pay overtime on that amount. FLSA has changed. You now have to pay overtime on everything. And so we never really touched certification pay. Well, when you compare us to other cities, our certification pay per pay period for like basic peace officer is $25 a pay period. And so I think we went up by $10, which is $35. Well, master went up by $10. Instructor went up. And so I will give you a breakdown of what that is, and then we can have a conversation about whether or not you want to do those increases or not. But it was something that was on our list to change. We changed their base pay. Oh, there it goes. So we went from basic peace officer from 25 to 30. Intermediate police officer went from 50 to 55. I just went up $5. Master went up from $90 to $95, so we just went up $5 on each of the.
And that's the certification.
That's certification
Okay.
fee. So I didn't go up, but when you're touching every employee, you're going to see
It
that
adds
kind of
up.
impact because it's $5. That $5 is $5 per employee per pay period.
And special pay?
Special pay is your OIC, like when they're officer in charge, or you don't have a sergeant, you have an interim sergeant or an interim lieutenant. They're taking over. You have in the state law, they have something called step up. We're required to pay if they're taking over those duties for public safety only. You're required to pay them a different pay. You don't have to pay them the gap between a sergeant and a lieutenant if they take over the lieutenant duties, but you do have to pay them a little bit more money. And so we adopted something called special pay because it's cheaper to do a special pay dollar amount per pay period for that person doing that. Versus, because then they might not do it forever. We may hire somebody
right.
and we just take away that special pay.
Right.
Or they may get the job, right? They may actually do it as an interim, but then get promoted to that position. But there's plenty of people that have gotten interim positions that don't get promoted. Somebody else gets promoted instead, and we just take that special pay. But that's what special pay is.
Okay, thank you.
You're
Anyone
welcome.
else?
Police supplies. Okay, we kind of went over that. Police contractual. I did cost shift some of your CAD over to red light camera. We have our City of San Antonio airtime, which is the same, and you'll see it again in your red light camera portion. So your biggest cost increase is your San Antonio airtime. Last year, I think we threw it all in red light camera. Well, red light camera isn't all of your officers. So you have to be able to have a portion of it in your regular general fund. And so we took a portion
Can you
of that.
explain that a little bit more?
Your
what that
airtime
means?
with the City of San Antonio, it's in order to be on the line on your radios, to be on the channel.
So who charges us? The
City of San
$15?
Antonio charges
The city, so that we can communicate with
Correct.
each other. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I have a question on the animal boarding.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of money. How many animals is that?
It depends. It's 4 animals. 4 cages.
So you can have 4 empty cages.
And
they're
still pay.
And still pay.
Yes. But that's the only reason that we guarantee. And let me tell you, I've been here a long time. We have animals in those cages.
I'm sure. Has the city reached out to any of the different rescues? For this kind of money, if you make a donation to a lot of
I've already
rescues.
tried. I've had several meetings with Helotes Animal Rescue, Humane Society. Who was the other one you went? Oh, Kirby. You went with me to Kirby. And so, yes, every avenue you can possibly think of. I've offered more than this because what I'm projecting with Bear County is closer to $50,000 because you get vet care. This doesn't include vet care.
Right.
I mean, this is just them holding the animal.
Yeah.
We also are, and you'll see as I'm moving through the budget, in Melinda's budget, I do have a kennel upgrade because we do house up to 2 more at Public
Public
Works.
Works.
And so I don't have a vet on staff because we can't, obviously we can't afford a vet. And so if an animal is hurt, the vet will put the animal down if it's suffering. But if the animal is fine, we're tasked with holding it. And then after a very extended period of time, then the vets will normally, I had one animal almost 8 months before they agreed to finally put down the animal because I could not adopt it out. So again, I mean, we try our very, very best to adopt it out. We also have an agreement with Petland, and Petland will take some small, medium dogs. Everybody wants small, medium dogs. Nobody wants to take an older pit bull because they don't know how it was raised or trained, and so they're scared of those types of dogs. So that's basically what you're paying for.
The cages down at the community center need some work.
So
There's
it's in
no-
your
is it in the
budget.
budget? Good.
It's in the budget further down. They're enclosed kennels. Melinda can talk a little bit more about what's included in there, but they're an upgrade.
Good.
So I do have one detective vehicle in here, and then you'll see another vehicle under red light cameras in your capital. In-pound expenditures, you can see I only went up slightly, and the majority of that cost was in just increase in office supplies. I didn't go up hardly at all on your contractual services.
Oh, yes,
Go
I'm
ahead, I'm
sorry,
sorry.
Mr. Campos.
So on the salaries for the impound lot?
Yes.
That went up by 35, almost 36%, so can you
You want to know why?
explain? Yeah.
So I do have for 6 months out of the next fiscal year. Jimmy, for those of you who don't know, Jimmy Wells has been with the city almost 40 years. Actually, he'll hit 40 years in October. And so Jimmy's getting ready to retire. The only one that knows how to do Jimmy's job is Jimmy. And so I need Jimmy to cross-train somebody. So I would like to change that to a civilian position. So next year that person will be civilian, so you're not going to pay so much, hopefully. And then the thought is that Jimmy also functions as a detective, like a regular detective. So he's doing impound and the detective work. And so it's a lot of work, is that you would make a full-time detective. But all I'm considering next year is that Jimmy cross-train with somebody for 6 months, a civilian position, so it's a little bit less lower pay for next fiscal year's budget, but you're basically double paying for 6 months out of that year for him and somebody else so he could do some cross-training. And Jimmy's going to come running in here saying, I'm not going to retire, because he keeps going back and forth, but I can't take the chance that he's going to retire and I don't have anybody there.
But he's a detective the other time.
Correct. So he does impound, but impound requires a lot of work. It's not just taking the vehicle. You've got to do so many notifications, especially if it's still pre-owned by or still owned by a bank. Then you've got to notify different people. You've got a lot of paperwork you got to fill out. Then you got to go to the county and fill up. There's a lot of steps and a lot of processes involved with that. And then when you hold the auction to sell the vehicle, to transfer all that stuff, there's a lot of work that goes into that. And so Jimmy's just been our one and only person that's ever done it. And there's people that kind of know how to do it, but to do all of the steps, there's not anybody over there that really got cross-trained in that. We can muddle our way through it probably by, having people in there, but I just think it's best to bring on a civilian, and we can change it to a civilian position.
Okay.
Your fire department, as you can see, we were able to decrease their budget by $7,900. He did ask for LexiPool this year. I did already cut it. LexiPool is for them. It's a software system that upgrades their policies and procedures, but they did ask for it, and I did cut it already. You'll see the biggest increase is bunker gear. It's just the cost of doing business. It's just gone up. We're able to decrease disposable supplies and medications. It's just gone out. It's just tracking a little bit lower this year, so we did decrease that a little bit.
Did you have a question, Mr. Martinez?
Body armor?
Oh, yes. So That one's still kind of pending because I need to have a conversation with David to see if we can get their body armor under the grant for the police department. You have 3 people in the fire department that are arson investigators and police officers. Your fire chief, your assistant fire chief, and your deputy fire marshal. And they're all required to act as peace officers when necessary, and they all function as deputy fire marshals. They need to have body armor. But I'm trying to see, it's just a question I haven't asked of whether or not we can purchase the body armor in the police department under those grant funds. I don't know if we can, so it's just something still pending. Your fire station technology, I mentioned to y'all a while back, in your fire station, when you built the new fire station, we didn't realize they never upgraded the technology equipment. So when Bexar County sounds a fire alarm, it sounds the fire alarm. If you've ever been in the fire station, it goes and you hear the dispatch over the thing and they get the siren that comes up. We had a fire not too long ago and there was like a 1:30 delay. Like we couldn't figure out what that delay is. Well, the chief started digging and we realized that the technology equipment that was put back into the fire station was the equipment in the building that Stan put together, like piecemealed his equipment back from the early 2000s. That's what's running your fire station fire alarm equipment, which should have never happened. It should have been part of the upgrades. So we need to,
right.
That's one of the things we need to.
Mr. Roscoe?
Dr. Cardetta, on the vent hood for suppressor system for the fire department, I know we've been putting it off for the past 3 years.
That's why it's still in there.
And how much was it when they first asked, and how much has it gone up since then? Because apparently, eventually, it's going to have to be replaced.
Yeah, so I think when they first asked, it was sitting around 22,000, 23,000, and then, but it's been 35,000 for the last 2 years at least, or the last 3 years.
Okay.
To me, that's an item that really needs to be replaced. If you go over to the fire department, or last time I was over there, you can see the damage that it is causing. So, let's protect our building. That's the only building we have. Let's protect it and let's upgrade that to what it should be.
Yep. And then I'm going to go back really quickly. In your fire department, you'll see the same increase in your certification pay. We did the same thing there.
Yes, Mr. Campos.
I was going to ask, I didn't want to go through all these questions. I'll wait to our private meeting.
Yeah.
But, the amount of the salaries went up 30, let me make sure.
30, yep. And the majority of that, of course, is the regular increases, but a good chunk, you went from 112,000 in certification pay to 148,000. Now, I will say that we have adjusted the police, part of the police certification. No, we didn't adjust them. I'm sorry. We adjusted the uniform allowance, but we never touched your fire department, their uniform allowance or their certification pay.
Well, just the salaries went from 1.786 to over 2 million.
Right. So that again is all of the extras that are in there. That's your 3% cost of the 3% cost of living, your 2% merit, your health insurance is in there. Oh no, sorry, no, you're not their health insurance. So yeah, it's going to be your.
You have down below your certification
Yes,
pay
your
and
certification.
longevity pay.
Yeah.
Which I thought that's what the some of the increases were
Yep,
they're taking.
It is, but
So-
this big one here is going to be your cost of living increase, your 3%, your 2%.
But it equates to just short
Cost
of
of living and
13%.
merit.
Yeah.
So
I
I
mean,
didn't know. I didn't know whether you had a new person coming. I didn't know.
No, no personnel has been added. Oh, I take that back. I'm lying. So I made their admin full-time, didn't I? I lied. So they have a part-time admin. And so they need a full-time. We cut down to a half an admin during COVID. And they need a full-time admin. So we did bring their admin up from part-time to full-time.
Yeah.
So that is a big
That's
difference.
what
My apologies, yes. And there's a slide in here that breaks it down of all the positions I added, so it's probably hopefully it's in there. So again, you have your Venahood and your fire station technology. Public Works expenditures, you see that her supplies went down 31,000, and the biggest cut here is miscellaneous supplies. I did bring it down. I like for the staff to be able to justify all of their costs. Melinda does get a lot of the phone calls though of like, hey, this light went out. Oh, this broke. And so she does track a little bit higher throughout the year on miscellaneous things go wrong, the window breaking, things going wrong. And so that's why she has probably the highest miscellaneous you'll see in any of the other departments. She's the one that gets all the calls for it broke, it's flooding, fix it. So, Public Works contractual, here you'll see they just went up slightly, which is 15,000. The big one that went up here is we are changing our PubWorks to Urban SDK, and you will see another line item, and what PubWorks is changing, and so PubWorks is our work order system. It's how we track completion of works, projects. It does a lot of other things, but it also does a traffic thing, and so we're paying for a portion of that program out of the traffic safety. So, but we needed to change off of PubWorks. And so we're changing from PubWorks to SDK.
So that's the software
So
charge.
yes, so you pay that already with PubWorks. We're just changing the software because they're changing their software, and we're changing to Urban SDK.
That's a big upgrade, yeah.
Yeah. Well, what it is you have an initial cost for some of these, and so Urban SDK we need to pay the initial cost, and then there's an ongoing cost. You're already there with PubWorks. PubWorks is just dwindling down and kind of going away, and so this is the upgrade. Public Works, there's your $35,000 to upgrade the kennels. It'll be an enclosure. We're hoping to get some AC and heat in those enclosures. Nothing too fancy, but they'll have a better enclosure than what they have now at
Is that
Public
going to be
Works.
done in-house or contracted
She's
out?
buying a prefab building, correct, Melinda?
Okay.
Prefab kennel, and they'll install it. Planning and zoning expenditures, supplies went up slightly. The big one here on your,
Excuse me, Mr. Campos has a
Did
question.
the planning and zoning, are we adding another
yes,
person?
and you'll see that on another side. So what I'm doing is I'm adding, again, during COVID, we cut planning and zoning down. It used to have 5 employees. We cut it down to 2. Last year I added a half a body, which split between the fire department and planning and zoning. With all the new housing, with all the new housing stuff coming in, there's no way. I mean, they're already kind of swamped as it is with the 2.5 people. We always used to have a planning and zoning director and an assistant planning and zoning director for a long time. During COVID, we cut that assistant planning and zoning director, and we just had 2 employees in there, which is your director and a permit tech. And so you need a succession plan down there. And I can't have a succession plan with 1 director and a permit tech. And so I'm requesting to put in an assistant planning and zoning director. And again, y'all don't have to, that's something you don't have to do. So again, your contractual is sitting at $504,000. You'll see here the biggest increase is your inspection fees of $264,000. We're anticipating the first subdivision, I think, is the Trilogy property. Second subdivision is the Post Landing. Third subdivision is Post Landing 2. The fourth is the duplexes, and the fifth is townhomes, possibly coming in.
Townhomes where?
Where are those at? Behind the bowling alley? Oh, yeah, behind the bowling alley.
Oh,
So we don't know if we're going to get them. I'm anticipating they're coming in, but you also have it on your revenue side. So if we don't have those inspections, then we just don't use that revenue. It's a flush. But I wanted to prepare to make sure you had enough. This will also change if whatever y'all decide to do and adopt this evening. I don't know if that subdivision, if y'all decide to do the R6 at Seneca West, if that happens, if that will actually be built and done by next fiscal year anyway. So we didn't take any of that into account. Economic development, you'll see a small increase. The majority of that is Fiesta metals because they're just going up in price. We did decrease his contractual by $72,000. You can see we cut retail coach. His capital are all PEG funds. I'm having him manage the PEG fund project. Daniel will handle the big projects of the technology in here, but he'll manage the budget part of it. For those of you that don't know, Roca has a finance background. He came from the city of Waco and did finance on that side. So we give him some of these projects to kind of manage the money for. Your special events went up to $8,400. The big cost of this is the employee luncheon. I did take it out of the manager council budget, and y'all normally budget for the staff luncheon. We do it once a year as an employee appreciation. We normally do it. We call it a holiday luncheon between Christmas and Thanksgiving, and we normally budget $3,000 in the council manager budget. It was really hard to find food to feed 100 employees at $3,000, so I did increase it to $6,000 and then moved it into Crystal's budget. So you'll see that on the manager council side, you'll see that decrease, and it just got moved over here. Your Parks and Rec. You can see supplies went down $26,400. Your contractual went down $244,000, and that is your replastering of your pools. Melinda's going to present this tonight, the reuse of that replastering money, and again, council's discretion. Her capital is the basketball court shade structure, hike and bike trail segment 2. Again, your hike and bike grant reimbursement is 1.2. The city's portion is $891,000, and then she's got a mower shredder. Go ahead.
Is the
Campos.
hike and bike trail, is that something we're absolutely committed to?
I think we signed all the agreements, but Melinda, are we obligated to?
I believe we are. We're waiting on the advanced funding agreement from TxDOT. That's the only thing we're waiting on now.
Because this is $800,000 that we're going to have to fund.
Yes.
Okay.
Before my time. But it is something that y'all been working towards, part of the park master plan. So. Library, you'll see the library supplies. I'll go to the end. They did go up. The big increase in the library supplies here is the desks. Last year they asked for a whole desk storage system. I split the baby down the middle. She asked for it all. I let her pick some of the items so they could get they need a whole new front desk storage thing at the front at the library, and they asked for it last year. We cut it last year. So I cut half of it this year, or figured I'd give them half this year. Maybe they get the other half next year. So that's the majority of their increase. She tried to make up for it by doing some small cuts, but that's the majority. The other big thing you'll see is yoga. Yoga was purchased by a grant. Your grant has ran out. So if you want to continue to do that's a bad thing when we take these grants. We did it with the hotspot, and then we continued the hotspot for a couple of years, and then after the grant ran out, and then we finally, I think, killed the hotspot. But you have yoga. Yoga was done these last couple of years, but I think it has good participation. So if you want to continue to do that, you're going to have to pay $5,000 to continue to run your yoga program if that's something you want to do. Enterprise fund. Okay, so this, again, I try to break it down for y'all a little bit better than what was in the PowerPoint. The budget is not balanced if you look at water and sewer operating. It's deficient by $72,000. The operating revenues of $5,200,000, it includes your stormwater, and your operating expenses $3.6 includes your stormwater. So if you're trying to do the math there, it wasn't mathing probably for you. That's because it had stormwater in there. If you're just looking at water, I wanted y'all just to look at water and sewer because stormwater should be looked at separately. You have a deficiency of about $72,000.
How much of the revenue and the expenditures are stormwater?
I'm going to break
related?
that down for
Oh,
you
you
here
are?
just a
Okay.
little bit. Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Let's see here. So this is just the breakdown of the enterprise fund revenue. So when you're going through the budget, you'll see this $1.3 million that's sitting here. We've already backed it out of operating revenue, but this is a grant for the El Verde water main that we're anticipating getting from Bexar County. Tapping connection, platting, other $71,000, your customer penalties, your stormwater fees, your sewer fees, and your water cells is the majority of it. Your enterprise fund, expenses, the majority of it is in your contractual services. Your enterprise fund, expenses by department, you can see your biggest one is sewer. So this includes your water, sewer, and your stormwater. So this is a summary of all three. This is your entire enterprise fund. Yes.
On the sewer, are we basically even with what we pay San Antonio for sewer, with what we collect?
Yes, my understanding is we are.
So that's a zero wash then?
Yes. Well,
We actually collect more because we also have to pay for our systems, our NeoPost, our Quadient, our Encode software system, all of our billing functions. So our sewer fees are higher than what we pay SAWS.
Okay.
and then I know Councilman Campos asked about our sewer impact fees, and so Melinda's been doing a deep dive into that. There's not, the impact fees where SAWS has to update the agreement. And so the agreement that we have with SAWS has been around since 1998. And so, and it was a 20-year agreement on impact fees. And so we don't really use our impact fees. As soon as we collect the impact fees, we turn it over to SAWS because we don't have any new, we don't have a treatment plant, we don't have any new construction, we're not upgrading line, and you can't use it for maintenance. Impact fees can only be used for new construction. So as soon as we do collect an impact fee, that impact fee gets turned over to SAWS. So she's reached out to SAWS to see if we're going to have to update that agreement due to their increase in fees. And if they do, then that total amount, which is a difference of $1,000, she gave me the number earlier, $1,011 increase, that money would be turned over to SAWS. We wouldn't keep any of that. So it wouldn't impact our budget. Okay, so this is a slide you had in your PowerPoint. I'm giving you a cheat sheet kind of, sort of, to kind of break down the cost a little bit so you kind of know when, Mayor, you asked what the stormwater stuff is. So if you're taking a look at just the water and sewer revenue, you're going to add all of these revenues, but you're going to take out this $564,000 from stormwater. And then we have $51,000 in interest and $500 in miscellaneous that's sitting right here in interest and income and other on your water and sewer side. Now, also what's in here is your $1.3 million grant. That's why it's $1.351,000. That $51,500 is part of your revenue. So your total revenue for your water is $4,750,350. Now, to see your water expenditures, you're going to take the total expenses and you're going to subtract your stormwater. So you take your total expenses and you're going to take off your stormwater amount. You're also going to take out your debt service amount, which is $107,000, and then we also back out $140,000 for water supplies fees. So your total expenditures is $4,822. So that leaves you a deficiency of $72,000. So just
Crystal, can you send us these cheat sheets?
no.
Why?
Yes,
Please.
of
Yeah, because
course.
I can't write it all down.
Of course. No.
I
I figured
I'm a
when we meet
detail person.
individually, I know some.
But I mean,
For
I'd
the
like to
people
see it
that are
before.
at home and they see the budget, they don't know that 1.3 of this is a grant, right? It's not illustrated here. They don't know that you have to back out the stormwater. It's accounting, and so again, this is me going over how we arrive at the numbers. That's me explaining it to y'all, so you all hear it at the same time. So when we come back and meet, you can ask me whatever questions you want to ask me. And so, again, it's just an easier way for me to kind of go through it. But yes, I will print these out for you and you will.
Just the sheets with the red on it. Okay, thank you.
All right. So your water expenses, only went up slightly, or for your supplies, and then your contractual for water went down. Your capital, again, is just your water mains and your purchase of water rights. We did hear today from, sorry, everybody's kind of shocked. They're pulling out of Roar Dog. So
Who is?
San Antonio River Authority, they're the ones that negotiate our water rights. And so they're pulling out, today it came in, or yesterday? Yesterday.
Wow.
So now we need to figure out another way to negotiate water rights. So we're probably going to have to go private on some of those negotiations, but they did pull out. And so they were like, we apologize, but Bexar County's part of that. Guadalupe County. I mean, there's a lot of people. So I think it's going to be a topic of conversation. Who's going to take over that administration? Because they said they hope somebody will take this over. Nobody's saying.
They just didn't want to do it anymore. It was
I think it's getting too complicated and too expensive. So,
They've been around forever. Yeah, they've been, wow. Yes.
Mayor, as I've
Councilman.
mentioned, and this is public record on our SAWS agenda. If, as you all know, I do work for SAWS. They haven't been purchasing any water rights. They have been leasing water rights, and I think it's because it's so expensive.
yeah.
And so we need to follow suit in some strategy
Yeah.
so we can acquire more water rights of some sort.
Yeah, and Melinda's working on that. We should bring you back, hopefully, a presentation on what that looks like. And we're also going to be bringing you back a presentation on water rates in general. And one of the reasons I really haven't cut or touched this budget too much is because we do have those water rates coming in, and if they anticipate an increase, that may help your deficit. And so I may not have to make too big of an adjustment. But we should have that presentation to y'all in July. Yeah, July. Your sewer expenses, we did go down slightly in supplies. Your contractual went up slightly. Your capital is just replacing the water mains, and we put in $500,000 for that. Your stormwater, we went up slightly on your stormwater, just regular fuel, increase in costs. Stormwater contractual, we went up slightly. Red light cameras, again, this always kind of comes up on how do you get to this number? So your red light camera fines has the amount removed from the state of $179,000. So we actually start off with what we think your fines will actually be is $2,200,000. But we get to, before we send the money to the state, and you'll see $2,020,000. So I'm trying to show you how you get to this $2,020,000. Is you have $2,200,000 is what we think what we're going to get back in fines. Now we have to take, before we send any money over to the state, we can use whatever it takes to administer the red light camera program. So we think it's going to cost $1.8 million to run our program, which is your total expenditures as well as the 373. So it's your total red light camera expenses, which is this number here, and your transfer out, your $373,000. So you get this. And so you end up with like 300 and whatever thousand. You divide that by 2 because we keep 50% of that. And the other 50% goes to the state. And so after you administer the program, that's how we come to that number. So so that way y'all know how we get that number. Now your red light camera.
Excuse me,
Can you go-
Martinez.
Yes.
Okay, so here you're ending, okay, our beginning fund balance,
Is $484,000.
okay. So we're going to go up.
Yeah.
Oh, no, estimated in 23
What?
is 1,700,000 or 77.
That's what you started off with. We bought a bunch of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So your new beginning fund balance is $484,000. We anticipate technically making a little bit of money off of your red light camera. I mean, it's not a complete wash, and so your ending fund balance will be $526,000.
Okay, thank you.
Now I say that, but as I was going through the budget, and I know I've talked to a couple of y'all, I'm like, oh, I caught a mistake already. This was the mistake that I caught. We accidentally deleted a lieutenant that should not have been deleted. And so you'll see a big decrease here. That's what it was. Somebody retired and we just deleted it instead of putting bacon instead. It was an error. So you'll see $128,000 missing from this amount, roughly. I mean, with benefits and
That we were paying out of the red light
camera
cameras.
for that lieutenant part. So it's going back in there, so that number will go up by $128,000. So that 541,378 will go up because I need that lieutenant. That lieutenant needs to be put back. Your red light camera supplies is $504,000. Your red light contractual is $20,820. Your traffic safety. Now, what you will see a decrease here, and the decrease is what I promised you. We did have a patrol officer that's in there. I did not move it over to general fund. It just stayed vacant for a full year and we didn't fill it. And so I just went ahead and removed it. And so you'll see a small patrol officer decrease here by 1 officer. Your red light camera contract ends in 2037. If you want me to add it back, I can add it back because you do have the money to be able to do it. But I'm trying to slowly get a plan going, and we'll talk a little bit more about this in the retreat. Your contract will end in 2037. There is no way you're going to be able to, out of your general fund, to supplement everything you pay out of red light cameras and traffic safety. So if you want to continue to have the number of officers that you currently have, you need to come up with those funds over the next 7 years, 8 years. And so I'm just trying to get you to start moving in that direction and having your general fund start encompassing some of those costs or not having them. So for this particular year, and again, we can talk about adding it back, your general fund can't support another patrol officer. So if I add it over there, that's just going to increase your deficiency amount. So I just cut it. So just something for you to consider. Your traffic safety supplies is $11,425. Traffic safety contractuals, $24,984 went up. And the reason that went up is I really did move a lot of stuff over to your traffic safety. I moved a lot of your taser equipment over. There's the other part of your radio airtime is over here. I added the urban SDK over here. So I try to use, Melinda had traffic signals in hers, and I moved it over to traffic safety. Your patrol, police patrol vehicle, that's over here is for $65,000. That's the capital on the traffic side.
Now, the traffic safety comes from the red light camera.
Correct.
And it's the
Portion
portion that's left over at the end of the year that we can only spend
On
for
traffic.
traffic.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
this is a separate,
Yes.
Yeah,
And then
but
you
it's
can keep
connected.
your late, so if you go to the very
yeah.
front slide, red light camera, no, this one. You can keep your red light camera late fees at $200,000,
That's right.
and then anything else remaining.
So it's 526, no, the 200,000's included in that. That's right. Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome. American Rescue Plan, we're zeroing out. Everything's already been allocated. Crime Control Prevention, now these will go pretty quickly. These are our smaller budgets, but your operating revenue is $427,000. Our expenditures are $364,000. It pays for 50% of your assistant police chief, one patrol officer, and one investigative sergeant. There's the breakdown. Oops. And it's majority salary. Community and Conference Center, your budget balance is $161,000. Your expenditures are $156,000. Your capital is $160,000. The big thing from this one is, or the supplies went up slightly. We decreased your contractual, is your restrooms. I want to upgrade the restrooms in the conference center. They haven't been upgraded since the building has been built. The toilet, I don't know if you've ever been in the conference center, but the toilets in the girls' restroom sit really low and too low in the handicap stall, I guess. And so they would like to upgrade the conference center restrooms. This year you did the kitchen. The year before you did the restrooms at the community center. So we've been upgrading these buildings that were built in the 80s and 90s slowly over time.
Is the cafeteria complete?
Yes, I think we're waiting for final inspections, but I think everything's installed. Oh, punch list? Oh, punch list next week. But everything's in there. If you want to take a look, just let me know. I can take you by there.
Okay, thank you.
And who's paid out of the community center on the revenues?
Crystal Miranda.
That's her whole salary?
No, she's split.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there's.
We still have the splits of your salary?
You have the splits in
Yeah.
front of you in your.
I just got it this evening
Yes,
when I
yeah,
sat
yeah, but
down,
it's
so I
there.
haven't
Yeah,
looked
yeah,
at it.
yeah.
Okay,
But those are
thank
the
you.
splits.
Okay, great.
Your street maintenance fund, again, your street maintenance fund can only be used for maintenance of your streets, and we can do some sidewalk repair if it is impacted by the street when we're doing the maintenance on the street. It doesn't include for new construction. So the one thing we'll be asking for this legislative session is to allow us to use our street maintenance for new construction. And we've asked the last 2 years. Melinda's already sent in her form, so that'll be another push for, to ask Ray Lopez to really include new construction for streets, not just street maintenance.
But we're using it all.
Yes,
next
we use
year.
it all. We get it, and if we don't use it, it just rolls back over, and we just continue to use it. But all your streets, I mean, they need up maintenance. So
Okay.
your special revenues, you have a grant fund, which is your LEOS fund, $5,000, and building security is $10,000, child safety is $7,117, municipal court technology is $17,000. Normally we buy ticket writers with that. Sometimes we'll replace a computer, printer. Debt service is about 691,000. Your special revenues, police forfeiture is about 4,000. Your personnel, again, what was included in the budget was 2% merits. We funded longevity, which we pay in November, and we did a cost of living of 3%. I will let you know that y'all did market adjustments 2 years. We did not do a cost of living for the staff last year. You did market adjustments for the other half of the staff that didn't get it the first year. You did that last year, and so the staff hasn't seen a pay increase for 2 years.
And how does the longevity pay work?
Longevity pay, it's a tiered system depending on how long you've been here. We're required by state law to pay longevity pay for police and fire. The state law requires that we pay $4 a month for every month of employment, but we pay a little bit more and it's tiered. It's like I think it's like, I don't know, $8, $11 when you hit it after 10 years or something, and then $12.
But that's for all employees, not just
But yes,
police and
so
fire.
we do all employees, and we have for as long as I have been here, yeah.
Okay.
And that's supposed to equate for your tip. So when we talk about tip, it's time and position. And so what we did a few years ago is we did market adjustments, which means you had a 20-year police officer vet make the same amount as an incoming patrol officer. So to say that the patrol was pretty upset and morale crashed, it did, because we weren't able to pay for people's experience. So when we did the market adjustment, because the patrol officers at the time were so underpaid, they were so underpaid that they were qualifying for public assistance. So they were qualifying for CHIP, they were qualifying for food stamps, they were making $38,000 a year. We just hadn't really touched their pay. So we weren't being able to retain officers. Turnover was really bad. So we really started a few years ago, probably back in 2017, started really looking at pay and starting to increase those. Then we had stuff go on with the city, and so we really hadn't touched staff pay. Police wasn't really looked at in a favorable light, and so we really hadn't made any adjustments. And when we don't make adjustments, and I say police, when we don't make adjustments to police, we don't make adjustments to anybody. You know, we don't just take one department or another. So when we say no cost of living, it's no cost of living for anybody. Because we're all one big team. And so if you do it for police, Public Works feels like they're not important, fire feels like they're not important, so we try to make sure that we do it across the board. So you haven't given a cost of living increase, and we're starting to fall behind. Your incoming patrol officers make about $58,000 a year. Average patrol is right now sitting at 62. I've lost 9 police officers in the last few months, and they're all going to the hospital district, starting out, it's roughly about $72,000 a year. And so we're sitting at 58.
So how many vacancies do we have?
10.
10 vacancies
10
in the police
vacancies.
department.
10 vacancies in the police department.
Okay. But
So I need that cost
But yet
of living.
we're covering the city.
You're splitting.
In spite
you're,
of that.
You're covering, I don't like to get into numbers because it's
understand.
safety.
But I just want the
the
residents
residents
to
to
know.
know. You're splitting 2 shifts. We normally have 3 shifts. You can't continue to operate on 2 12-hour shifts. It's detrimental to your police force. They get burnt out. There's a lot of different studies on that. So you're still having the same amount of manpower, but you're stretching their time. And then your overtime, if you went back, you'll see a slight increase in your overtime. That has we have to be able to cover those costs a little bit. We're hoping with this little bit of adjustment, and we're doing some internal reorganizational structure. We're short in fire too, not by that much, just 2, that we'll see an increase in
Well,
personnel costs.
I was going to share that I went to a mayor's meeting about 2 weeks ago, and I didn't know this is what was happening. Suburban cities are going to the academies, and they're having an agreement with a cadet and
Correct.
paying them their, some kind of stipend and and then with a commitment at the end of the cadet, when they graduate, they're going to work for that city for 2 years or whatever. And do you know, out of all the cadets that the ACOG had in their class, everyone was committed except for 1.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's kind of
So that's what we've been doing.
Yeah.
So we've been going out. Lisa's gone all the way to Uvalde. I mean, we've gone to different locations. Police chief went out to this last one in Sac. We do have people in application, and that's another thing that's changed is the application process. It's a very extensive process. It doesn't happen. So we have 7 applicants, but to go through each of them, the amount that goes into the background investigations that we're required to do by the state takes us a long time to get through those processes. And so in order for us to be compliant, we have to check boxes. Now, there are some cities out there that aren't compliant, and they just hire their applicants without going through some of the processes. But if you get caught, you can lose your commission. And so we don't want to lose it.
And then there are other cities that are giving signing bonuses. I mean,
We haven't gotten to the
irregardless
signing
of the
bonus.
cadet, but just, yeah.
Yes, but,
I
I
mean,
mean,
you
you'll
see
look at
that on
Bear County
billboards.
yes.
Mhm, right.
There's, yeah, we don't do that.
Exactly.
So I need to be able to retain and compete, and as employees have been leaving, that's, they're leaving because they'll be making a little bit more money. And when you leave to the hospital district, that's the other portion of that is the health insurance. They get excellent health insurance coverage because it's through the hospital district, so they don't have to pay copays or anything for their health insurance. They get covered. So taking a small increase and not having to pay for dependent care coverage is a big increase in their overall pocket.
Okay, thank you.
So here are the personnel, the assistant planning and zoning director, one labor position in public works. We've been doing more fleet maintenance internally. We used to send our cars out for oil changes and stuff at like Take 5 and some of that, and Candy's been doing it in-house to try to save money, but now he's doing way more than he can handle, and so we're asking for a fleet maintenance person, the impound for 6 months, and then the one that's not added here that should be added here is we're making Carolyn instead of half-time, full-time in the fire department.
Oh, that's not on here.
That's not on here, I'm sorry, that's why I
Okay.
said,
Yeah.
so that's the other change that's not on there.
Okay.
But your assistant planning and zoning director is, a person in public works, and then your 6 months for your impound person.
So are you going to, because Carolyn was half-time in P and Z.
She will move
So
her
you'll just
prefer-
have the assistant director and the.
Correct.
And the director, and then you'll still have Elizabeth?
Yes, a permit
Okay.
tech. So you'll
All right,
have
so-
a planning and zoning director, assistant planning and zoning director, and your permit tech.
Thank you.
And then again, what we took into cost, and that's why I don't want people to panic when we take a look, because your personnel increased by $1 million. So I don't want you to panic yet, because right now I'm increasing your health insurance by 10%. And we just met with our broker today. I'm hoping we'll be able to negotiate a lower rate. I don't know if that's going to happen or not. We increased your TMRS by 20%. I also increased your property and liability by 10%, just because TML hasn't come back with those numbers yet. Normally, we see 4 to 5, but my worst year was 10, so I always go with my worst possible year, and my worst year was 10, so I always put in the 10 just in case. Dependent insurance is paid by the employee. We always include our Christmas holidays in this PowerPoint. We'd be closed from Tuesday, December 24th through January the 1st, and the city would reopen January the 2nd. Next steps, we will see, for sure, we will have a July 16th. After I've met with y'all individually, we make some discussions on cuts. And I'll come back to y'all with hopefully a balanced budget on the 16th, or somewhat close to a balanced budget on the 16th. Your crime control prevention district needs to be adopted by August 20th, and we'll need to start at 5 p.m. for that. Y'all function as a crime control prevention district board. The budget public hearing and formal adoption, we're anticipating August 20th, but of course we can go a little bit past that. These are preliminary dates. I want to add probably the workshop for the coffee with the mayor and council. We normally do a short version of what I just went through, so we're not there for an hour.
Because we won't have the number on July 16th. We won't
No.
have that till July 27th from the
Correct.
county.
Again,
right?
it's your another one. It's you're not going to adopt. It's just we
Yeah,
use,
I'm
again.
just
You
saying,
have so when
we
you
still are
right. So the state.
floating with these numbers.
When you have the state, you have guidelines in order for certain dates that have to be checked off. Even the state requires us to file the proposed budget with the city secretary's office. There's very detailed things. We don't ever want to miss anything, so it's easier for us to count this as like a first read, because we've gone through it in great detail this evening. Then we have a second read, but nowhere on that second read says we're going to adopt it. We're not talking about adopting it until August 20th. We're just trying to check those boxes so we don't miss anything.
Gotcha.
I do have a problem with the start time at 5 o'clock, because that's the time I close my business.
I don't know what to tell you, but we've always had the public hearing 5 o'clock for the crime control prevention district. You only need 3 council members to be present, so. Your formal adoption of your tax rate is September 17th, hopefully.
Well, if that, 5 o'clock, we can change that. We can make it 5:15, and I could get here.
It's up to y'all. I'm not.
We can certainly talk about it at the retreat. I don't see why we can't be flexible for 5:15. Yeah. It won't take us that long.
Yeah, we normally go through it pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But that's just been the same time every year since y'all have adopted the crime control prevention district.
Very good. Well, thank you, Dr. Caldera, and
Carol
and
and
everyone
Vicky,
else, all the
Vicky's at home.
directors for your, I know you've been working on this for months, and so we appreciate all the effort that you've put forth in this budget. We've got a lot of work left, but we thank you for what we have to work with. Any other comments?
I just have
Yes.
one quick question, Dr. Cardetta, and people were asking about salary, and I know the answer, but just for the record, you have elected to take a dual role in your job as a city manager and assistant city manager. How much money are we saving by not having an assistant city manager?
About $170,000 a year.
Thank you.
Now, I will say I don't include myself in the cost of living. That 3% doesn't apply to me. Those increases don't apply to me. My contract is handled separately. So what's listed up there doesn't impact my salary items, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I knew that. I just wanted to put it out in public. Thank you.
But I will be asking for an assistant city manager soon. I think y'all need a transition and succession, not that in this budget year, but as we've talked about before, succession planning. I don't ever want to make it sound like as long as I'm here, you'll never need an assistant city manager. You do need some succession planning. You know, at some point, I'm going to retire. You should never be in a position where you don't have somebody on backup. So.
Okay. Anyone else on the dais? Anyone in our chambers have a comment, question on the budget? Like Dr. Caldera says, this is just preliminary, so we'll certainly be bringing it back. But thank you for your attention. Really appreciate it. All right.
When I started up there was nobody behind me.
I know, and then they all kind of came in, didn't they? All right, very good. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Then we're moving then to presentation number 3.2, presentation, discussion, and direction to staff on a reallocation of funds to revise the Park, Recreation, Trails, and Open Space Master Plan and resurface tennis and basketball courts. And we have Melinda Mortz, our Public Works Director, here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. So the City Council budgeted funds in our Park Department for the replastering of both of the pools, but since that time it was decided to go ahead and close one. There was not enough time to replaster the Forest Oaks pool before we had to open it this year. And replastering really needs to be done in the winter to preserve the pool. So we would like to use those funds, it's $200,000, for a consultant's assistance on revising the park master plan and to resurface some of the tennis and basketball courts. So having a really good park master plan is one of the criteria that is used to determine grant funding from the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. You're not required to have a park master plan, but you do get extra points. And that goes for lots of other grants that we could possibly apply for. It also assists the City Council because it actually lays out metrics. It actually says how our progress is doing, how our maintenance is doing, how are our operations, and lists out specific goals to meet for the next 5 to 10 years to improve those scores. The tennis and basketball courts are in fair condition, but they still need to be resurfaced and painted. And this is slightly changed. I finally got back some estimates from some hub vendors. So the park plan consultant fee is $56,000. I was thinking the tennis court resurfacing was about $21,500, and it actually came in exactly at $21,500. I'm getting better in my old age. The Forest Oaks court is about $9,500. The basketball court is about $8,000, and then the other basketball court is also $8,000. So with the park master plan and these resurfacing, it comes to $103,000, which would leave you $97,000 left out of that $200,000. It's already in the budget, it just hasn't been spent. So we recommend allowing the funds to be used to revise the plan and to get all these courts done. That's all I have.
Okay. Yes, I have some questions too. Go ahead, Mr. Bradshaw. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Melinda, for bringing this together, putting this together so quickly to take advantage of the budget, obviously. And I'm in favor of obviously doing the Parks Master Plan. My question is, if you're resurfacing the tennis courts, we've talked about this in the past, if they're going to repaint and stripe, could we also put stripes for pickleball? Mm-hmm. Did you already think of that?
Such pushback from the United States Tennis Association.
Oh my goodness.
The extra lines on the court are confusing.
Different colors.
I know.
Come on. It's,
Yeah,
They were like,
I had that question too.
If you restripe your tennis court to include pickleball, we will not give you a grant. And I'm looking to get grant funds, and that's $5,000 from them, so that's not chump change. So I'm like, okay. But this
Can we
would
get a
not
grant
be-
from the United States Pickleball Association?
This would just be.
I don't know, I just made that up.
This would just be for the Raymond Rimkus tennis court.
Yeah.
This wouldn't be for Forest Oaks,
For
so we
Forest
still got
Oaks.
that opportunity there.
Okay, well, thank you for checking.
Okay. Melinda, we've never had a park master plan, to my knowledge.
Yes, we have.
We have?
In fact, the last two renditions of it, one of them was back in 2010,
Oh,
and
really?
then one of them was back in 2014, and then we revised it, updated it in 2018 or 2019, right
And we
when
had a
did that.
consultant also? We had a
No, we
consultant?
did not. That was staff trying to put it together.
Okay. And so you're feeling like we actually need the consultant to put it together rather than using staff?
Yes, ma'am. We went and looked at several park master plans from other cities, and ours is woefully poor.
Okay. All right. And then have we received grants in the past for the parks?
We did it back when we did the children's, the large playground at the park.
That was the
That was
CDBG
done-
grant.
Right.
Yeah. That was way back when.
Way
Yeah.
back when.
But the shades and stuff, we've had to just
Buy
pay for
'em.
that in-house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we want to do a park master plan so that we can get grants, but we haven't gotten any grants yet. So is
Right.
that the gist of it? Okay,
I would like to apply for grants to get the park restroom ADA compliant.
okay. And then we still have 97,000, is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Left over, and so would that be applied to the Forest Oaks pool replastering for the next?
It depends on what y'all, it's going to roll back over into the general fund because that is a general fund funding. And so whatever we don't spend out of that 200,000 just gets rolled back over. But y'all are looking at different options for the Forest Oaks pool facility. And so, whether it's remodeling the building because it needs ADA compliance, the decking on it does. We did have the structural engineer go look at the pool itself, and he said the pool is in really good condition for its age. And he said, just replaster that. But you've got several different concepts out there that y'all are considering right now, too. So that money I can see just being rolled over, put into whatever it is that you
Okay.
want to do with that facility.
So he's not recommending replastering at this time?
It definitely needs to be replastered, but
Okay.
we're in the middle of a season, so
Oh, yeah, I meant the off-season is what I was thinking it would be
that would be
applied
rolled
to.
over into the next fiscal year.
Okay, very good. Anyone else have questions, comments on this? Okay, yes, Mr. Campos.
I'd like to make a motion to accept this as presented.
Okay,
I'll second it.
Second?
all right, we have a motion by Counselor Campos and a second by Counselor Bradshaw to approve the reallocation of the funds as presented on the Park Master Plan and the restriping of the basketball and tennis courts. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mary.
Ms. Moritz, we really appreciate your help. Presentation 3.3, presentation, discussion, and possible action on an update of the 4th of July celebration. I was talking to Dr. Caldera, and I thought, gosh, we won't have a meeting until after the 4th of July, so let's see what's happening on that. And I know Crystal Miranda's been working hard on it.
Yes, she has. And I emailed y'all some detail. I think y'all wanted to see the vendors in my last city manager's report to y'all last Friday. So she gave an update on the vendors that we have. Our parade participants right now are sitting like at 2 or 3 parade participants. Now, normally that's pretty normal for this time of year. We usually don't get participants till like the week or two before the 4th of July. So I just kind of wanted to let you know. But that's also something for you to consider is maybe cutting the parade. It could help with your staff overtime because we're cutting the event shorter. I don't know how y'all feel about that. Not for this year, but for consideration for the future. The reason I'm standing up here is because every year I give the same spiel to y'all. So the police department always recommends that we fence off the entire park for safety reasons. We don't include it in the budget. It is my job to tell you that is still the chief's recommendation for safety purposes to have one entry, one exit. Y'all removed that 3 years ago or 4 years ago. But I always like to make the statement on the record that is his recommendation, and it's not something that we fund. The other one is the fire chief doesn't like having the 4th of July parade or the 4th of July event in the park because it's in a floodplain and it floods really quickly there. So he always recommends not doing the 4th of July event at all because it is hazardous. And so every year I give the same speech. I have to put you all on notice that these are recommendations from our public safety. It comes up every year. And so I think it's my duty to come up and let you know that those are the recommendations from them. We will be contracting out for police like we did last year. You will see an increase in that cost because we are running short. So I've got to make up that shortage on the contractual side of things. So you will see an increase in that contract for this year. Again, we allow, of course, outside food and drinks, and we do not have a clear bag policy as well. So, again, it's just me letting y'all know if that's anything y'all want to talk about or increasing or doing a budget adjustment, you have the ability to do that. Crystal's going to come up and present where she's at now on the 4th of July.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thank you, Dr. Caldera. So today we are going to look over the update of the 4th of July. There's a few things that I have to add and change on here. I was just given today some information about the 5K. I didn't have it before, so she did email me the route, and the start time is at 7:30, not at 7 a.m.
Right.
So on Thursday, July 4th, the day starts off with the 5K at 7:30. Starts at Northwoods Little League and ends there. The theme this year is Heroes of Independence, honoring our military. Vendors will be allowed to set up after 2 p.m. The parade begins at 7 p.m. We will have a welcoming and national anthem beginning approximately 7:30 whenever the parade ends and comes back to Raymond Rimkus. Friday will begin depending on the welcoming national anthem, raising of the flag, etc. 7:45, 8 p.m. Fireworks are set to shoot off at 9:45, and of course we're having the laser show option this year. And then the finale, the event totally ends at 10:30 p.m. The maps and layouts, we're using the same parade map and layout. The layout for the Raymond Rimkus is going to change slightly. So last year you noticed that the stage was caddy corner. Now we're going to have it in the center by the soccer goal. We are going to fence off the firework fallout zone because we're going to have the high aerial fireworks, and we're going to shoot them off just shy of the corner of left field of the baseball diamond there. So this will all be fenced off beginning July 3rd. They will start buttoning up the park, and I've already talked to Mr. Orozco, the property owner behind us, and he's given us permission to have the fence shortly before his property line. So we're going to all be good there. The fenced part will tie up and button up on actual July 4th. So remind everyone, and postcards are going to be going out, that Raymond Rimkus Park will be closed on July 4th because we're going to have this big festival event.
Will it close on the 3rd too?
It will not close on the 3rd, but setup begins for the staging, the sound, and the fencing to be set up on the 3rd.
Okay. Thank you.
These are the same road closures as before. I did try to beg, plead PD for additional road closures. We just don't have the staff, right? So as Dr. Caldera mentioned earlier in the presentation, we are down 10 officers or so. So we cannot afford to have extra road closures. I did want to try to button up. There was a lot of congestion, people coming off of Huebner into Paz, and it just bottling up all in these side streets. So I just ask the community just to please be mindful. Yes, I know you want to park as close as possible to get to the event, but we do have shuttles. We have shuttles coming from Bandera Bowling and dropping you off near Raymond Rimkus Park in front of the library. We have shuttles coming from the Leon Valley Elementary School, do the same thing. So we pay for that shuttle service. We do utilize it, so please use it and park at those designated parking sites.
Is it just those two sites, the Bandera Road, Bowl, and the elementary, just those two?
Those two are the biggest,
Okay.
right? But people can park by the DPS parking lot. We do use it for the parade lineup, but there are extra additional spaces there as well. And then the community conference center, if you get there early, you can park at that parking lot. And then there's going to be that overflow parking that you guys will have access to by the community pool.
That's across the street. Now, Evers Road from Heapner to just before the floodgate, where is that? What floodgate? I mean, I just want to be sure.
The one that y'all closed down, the white?
Oh, right there at Evers.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good. So Evers Road from Heapner to, okay, there you go. Gotcha. I was going the other way. All right. Yes, Mr. Martinez.
Now, are you going to have Marshall High cadets helping at all?
No.
They're
So having them come help hurts us more because they can't do anything. They're volunteers.
they're
They can't
volunteers, but to give them exposure.
Right, but then I'm babysitting, and I don't have the staff to be babysitting. So, no.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So we are going to have fencing costs this year?
We are going to have additional fencing
Yeah.
costs this year, yes, ma'am. Just out of safety, it's been something, we always hold our breath on this day and want to make sure that with the high altitude fireworks, that we're going to be using all safety measures possible. So I have walked it with the fire chief, assistant fire chief, and the firework display pyrotechnics. And so we've laid out 300 feet each direction, so that way we can safely make sure that no one enters into an area where there may be exposure to fire.
Okay, and it's only one band, just the one band?
Finding Friday would be the only band.
Finding Friday, okay, very good. Thank you.
So advertisements, we will have the banner set up on the 10th, which is next week, off of Bandera and Evers and Callahan and Babcock. Postcards, I'm finalizing how that looks, and that'll be sent out very soon. iHeartRadio, we do advertisements beginning the 29th of June. Sponsorship is ongoing. Just got great news today that Leon Valley Storage is again going to be and continue to support this as the largest sponsor. For as long as I've been here, and probably predates me, they've been giving $10,000 every year. Next runner-up is VIA with their $5,000 sponsorship. And then, of course, Manuel Rubio with Miracle Paint and Body, Tiger, HEB. So those are sponsorships that we have. New this year is a company that likes to remain anonymous,
Okay.
and so they've also donated $1,000. Some concerns that I have.
Can I go
that
back
we
to the
all have-
sponsorships?
Yes,
Excuse me.
ma'am.
This, last year, we did the small business area.
Has not been successful this year. We have one.
Oh, okay.
We have
All right.
one that has turned that in. I know Roca has sent out that email to all the businesses
Right, I
again.
saw that.
And, but we've only received one. We've had a lot of, yes, I'll consider, I'll promise, but we haven't seen the check in the mail.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Some concerns, especially with the beginning of the event. Like we mentioned earlier, we don't have security, the beginning of the 5K. How can we staff security? We have a number to provide the LVHS if they would like to purchase security, but we can't even supply the security for our own event, needless to say, to a 5K in the beginning of the day. I'm not sure if that's something that is going to be feasible for Leon Valley Historical Society to obtain and purchase, but Chief has given me a figure of $3,240 is needed
Is that
to provide security for that event.
placing officers at certain junctures
The
along
main
the
intersections, correct. The main intersections, making sure that no one's left behind, making sure no one's moving the barricades. There's people, of course, it's 4th of July. We all know that this event is happening, but people have a routine to go get their coffee, go get their tacos, and they want to go at that certain time, which is early in the morning during the 5K. Security, we're going to have to contract security out. It's going to be more than double than last year because we are 10 security officers short. So that being said, we have a lot of expenses, so safety is a concern. Security is a concern. The fencing that we don't have around the entire event space is a concern. The weather's always a concern. But it's up to you guys to lead us and tell us what to do about those things.
On the weather, I just remember in the last, many years, we had to cancel it once because the storm came in like at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So we canceled it. That was fine. So I think don't you think we'd have enough warning?
It just depends. So I don't know if you remember the year before that year, we were all sitting down and then the whole park flooded the day before. It dried in enough time and the public works worked nonstop to get it cleaned up. But if you've ever been in that area, depending on the rainfall, it floods really quickly. Now, the chief's the one that calls, Chief Naughton is the one that calls that event. So overcrowding, he's the one that calls the event, and when it's overcrowded, the whole event is shut down. So if you get over X amount of people, he shuts down the whole event. We've, knock on wood, have never had that happen, but then that means the whole event is shut down and everybody has to go because you don't have entries and exits because it's an open area. So he has to shut it down and everybody has to go home if it's overcrowding.
What is that number?
I forgot what it is. He did the number last year. Chief Naughton, what's the number for overcrowding in the park? I don't remember what it was.
We had 20,000 people in the park
Yeah, I
last
think it was-
year, so.
Do you remember?
I don't remember the number off the top
Okay.
of my head. It's pretty high.
Okay. Well, so in other words, like say it's at 9 o'clock and it's overcrowded, you mean you're going to tell everybody you got to go home?
If it's overcrowded, it becomes a safety issue, yes.
Wow.
Don't see
That's
that
never
happening,
happened,
but-
yeah.
But you can only put so many people
Sure.
in that space.
Uh-huh. Well, the way I'm looking at it, I don't think Finding Friday is as
a
popular
large
as
event.
Spasmatics. Do you
Yeah.
think? I mean,
No,
I
I
don't
mean,
know.
no, it's
You
much of
know,
a draw.
they have a following, right? Spasmatics.
Right, yeah, people will come just for the Spasmatics. I don't know about
exactly.
Finding Fridays.
Yeah, I don't either.
I saw them at Alamo Heights nights during Fiesta. You know, again, this year they were there, and they're fun, but yeah, they don't have quite the following.
Okay.
And I was just gonna say on the weather, I was at Oyster Bake earlier this year
Oh,
as well,
yeah.
and we had inclement weather come on just as the main headliner band was playing. They played maybe 3 songs, and then they had to cancel the event.
Okay.
Right, and obviously, you know, the
it
people
does
booed,
happen.
right?
Yeah.
People were upset, and the lead singer, you know, said, "Go ahead and boo all you want, you know, boo the weather. It's not us. You know, we apologize and stuff." And so, you know, it was people were generally cooperative and left, and we got on the Via bus like just as the heavy rain started coming down and
I'll
stuff.
be.
And so, obviously, yeah, the weather could be an issue. We just have to watch the forecast and make the call the
Yeah,
days
that's
of, I
right.
think.
So
That's
I
right.
just want to remind you, as far as a weather event goes, it doesn't have to rain in Leon Valley to flood the park.
That's right. I remember
It
that.
doesn't have to hit us. It doesn't have to rain. We've had several events where water is over Poss Road and through the park with no rain here.
Because it's over there.
Comes from
Yeah.
It comes from Babcock. It comes all the way from IH-10 down. Our goal is never to shut this thing down, but if it gets dangerous and the water starts to rise, we will shut it down. And you have to remember, if we have a storm and it's not raining here, lightning shuts it down as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But-
Very good. Thank you.
Knock on wood, that
No,
won't happen.
safety is
but-
number one, yeah.
But we do have to account for everybody in there and their safety.
And it's good to always have a plan. So that's what we're talking about this evening.
That's right. Mr. Martinez.
Okay, this is for Crystal. You mentioned shuttle.
Yes, sir.
Are we using VF for that?
No, sir.
Why not? When they presented it to us last year, that was one of the things that they offered is.
So what I've been told by VIA is that they can't, by contract, provide that service for free. What they do is they give a sponsorship, right? And so that sponsorship will pay for shuttle services
Right.
by a third party.
Okay,
They give us cash in lieu of.
That's right. And that's very generous. Yeah. So,
I do want to make one point when I talk about the law enforcement academy, because I know some of y'all were here when John Marshall's kids would come and help. What they were staffed at doing was at the gates, the entry gates, because we fenced off the whole area. So we don't have anything specifically for them to do. They can't walk the crowd without being with an adult. And then now I'm having a patrol officer that's supposed to be watching the public or anything going on, also watching out for a minor that's there. So that's why we don't use them before. And the reason we were able to use them is because we fenced the entire park and they would stay at the entries and exits and they would count people coming in and check bags. We don't have a bag checker anymore. So I don't have anywhere for them to go. So I just want to make that clear.
okay. All right. Any other questions for Dr. Caldera or Krista Moreno?
I do,
Yeah.
we couldn't obtain the coyote as a grand marshal.
We worked on that
Yeah, we
all
worked on that.
spring, I
But
tell
they
you.
did commit to a future event. So
Okay. I'm
it's
telling
just,
ya.
at a
was
safety
like
day, are
pulling
not
teeth.
allowed to be in a parade.
Oh, they're not allowed to be in a parade?
Yes, ma'am.
Ah, okay. Didn't know that.
At a safety, it's too hot.
Yeah.
In
Oh, that's
that-
right.
in
he
that
saw-
gear.
That's right. Oh, good point. Yeah. But no, they were, okay, well, that's good. But they have committed to helping us.
In a
an-
future event.
Okay, very good. Yeah. So we don't have a grand marshal unless y'all, we were hoping that the coyote would be the grand marshal, but anyway, we just learned that this week, I think, or last week, yeah.
Yes,
when you
ma'am.
sent me the email. So that's okay. We'll just
Go forward.
go it along. Okay, very good. All right.
Right.
I guess,
go ahead.
sorry, a little update. Now we do have 26 vendors from, I guess, the list that you were provided. We've had a flux come in, and then we have now 5 parade entries, and then so the sponsorship has raised as well with the new sponsorships from yesterday and today. So,
Okay, well, it might be the shortest parade in history.
might be.
15 minutes. Okay.
Mayor,
Yes.
we did have a request from the guy that has the fence variance, 8-1, if he could be moved up before the purchase of the property.
Okay. It's up to my colleagues. I mean, I'm amenable, but I want to make sure that they all agree to that. Any objection?
Without objection.
Okay, very good. All right, so without objection, if everyone will go then to agenda item number 8.1. And let me read that. And this is 753. All right. Presentation, discussion, and possible action on a resolution granting a variance to Section 3.05.005, subsection A, subsection 1, subsection A of the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinance for fence height at 6618 Adair Drive, which is your neighborhood, Mr. Campos. We have Roque Salinas, the Director of Economic Development, here to present. And do we have the applicant here? I'm sure we do because.
Yeah, he's in the back.
Okay.
So I'll go ahead and present, and then if you have any questions for him, you can ask him.
And what is his name?
What is your name?
Yeah.
Mr.
Jesus
Ponce.
Fonse.
Fonse
Okay,
with
thank
a
you.
P.
Just like to note that. Thank you, Jesus Fonse. Okay, very good. Thank you. All right.
Okay, so the question here is, should we grant a variance to Mr. Ponce on his property for our current ordinance says height cannot be more than 44 inches, and so your options are to approve or deny and maybe give some recommendations on that. It is at your discretion, and so we have some photographs here for y'all to look at. The property would like to install an iron fence at the property. It is similar to a gate, so the gate height would peak at about 72 inches, which is about 6 feet. And so the fence allows the property to be there, but it's only up to 44 inches. So that's why he's asking for a variance. His property is rather large, and so he's not very condensed to his neighbors. So this is the property that he has. This is a picture from Google Earth. So his fence would be right up here along the house. And so he would still maintain this driveway and have his gate up here, and then it would attach to the rest of his house. Whoops, I'm sorry. Here's the plan that he's going to do. So he has a clearance of 76 feet from the roadway to the gate. The height of the fence would be 7 feet here at the height of the fence, and he has a 30-foot wide driveway here as well. And he plans to install a side fence, which is within code and allowable, of 6 feet, a wood fence along his side property here. This is his plan. This is the gate, what it would look like. So we're looking at, again, about 6 feet. So it's pretty. It kind of peaks up at 6 feet, and so this is a closer area of where the fence would be behind these trees right here, and so it would connect to the home back here. And the owner has paid all appropriate fees, and so if approved for the variance, he would have to apply for a fence permit so he can start the work. And that's the end of my PowerPoint.
I know where Adair is, and then Countess Adria is your house further down from Countess, or is it further up towards Evers? If you want to come up, just, it's the second house? Oh, David and Linda Hennessy? No.
When you.
Oh, Meffert?
No.
No.
Yes, when you drive it on
Yeah.
Evers and you
I
turn
just-
into Adair,
Yeah.
it's the second house on your left-hand side.
Oh, second house on your left-hand side.
In
Oh,
front
so
of
you're
me,
right next to the
I have a
Griffins.
neighbor in the front.
Okay, you're right next to the Griffins. Now I know where you're at. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. I don't know. What do you, I was going to ask Counselor Campos, because he lives in that area, and so.
I'm just curious,
I'm just-
what's the purpose of,
Yeah.
of the gate?
I have a dog, and it's a pit terrier, and I have him on a leash all day, and the fence that I have towards the back is 4 foot high, and he jumps it to get out. So I want to put a gate at 6 feet, everything iron, so that way he can be inside the property and not out. That is fine.
But
And have we checked with the neighbors? Have you checked with the
I have
neighbors?
talked to David, my neighbor, and he says has no problem with it.
Okay, and then the other side, is
He's
that,
the same, he's the same owner of the house in front and to the side and the one next to me. So it's just one. We're gonna pull up a map for you, Mary.
okay.
are you
Yeah.
talking about David Ortiz? Is that who you're
Yes.
talking about? What about the
David
neighbor on
Griffin.
the other side, the
On this
Griffins?
side, well, the gate's on this side and not on that side, so I didn't ask him. But I get along pretty well with him, and so I didn't see. I did mention to him, he said he had a problem with it.
I guess
Change the
there,
character.
there's no one else in that area that has to restrain their dog with a fence like this, with a oversized fence? I just don't.
If there's anyone that has to retrain a dog, is that what you said?
No, and if you look,
sorry.
yeah, no, I just wanted you to speak into the microphone.
There
And so,
isn't
yeah.
anybody that has to restrain their dog with a larger fence that needs a variance. That's what
I
I'm.
don't know if they have a dog. I mean, no. I know Dave has one, but I don't know if they have to restrain it or not. I want to keep mine safe
Yeah.
to me and to everybody.
Mr. Martinez, I'm just
We drove
concerned
by
about the
there,
height.
and I think your side fences are at 6 feet.
It's just no, I'll build the gate.
I know, but no, I'm talking about the existing fence. It looks like it's 6 feet.
The wooden fence on the side towards the back of the house, yes, is 6 feet.
Okay,
The
and your
one that I
dog
wanna
doesn't
do-
jump over that.
The one that I'm going on the front, it's just the gate that I bought is gonna continue to open. That's 7. That's it. That's all right. And it's all iron and it's see-through. I don't have a side fence. At the line of the house, I do have a fence, but towards the front, I don't. So it will be just for that area.
So he would add a side fence as well, which if he's not, the required 6-foot side fence on the side over here, he would add a wood fence to that as well to increase it to 6 feet. He doesn't have a 6-foot side fence currently. And so he has a chain link fence that's lower than that. And so he would add the gate, and on the side, he would add a wood fence, which he does not require a variance because the side fence is allowable up to 8 feet in the back, in the residential.
Well, I thought I saw, when I drove by there, I thought I saw a fence on the right-hand side.
May I?
Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
So just so I understand, if you look at the picture, sir, you've got a fence coming off the side of the house, right there, where the arrow's at, yeah, and it goes around the back, and then by your driveway, you're saying there's only a 3-foot fence on the back side? Yeah, on the right-hand side.
Okay, that's
Right.
That's what I want to.
So the problem is he doesn't have a traditional enclosed, my understanding,
Exactly.
if I could restate, backyard that, like all of us, most people have like a 6-foot enclosure around. He has a spot right there where you could kind of see where it's really low where the dog's jumping out. So he's trying to put a gate across, I guess.
So the gate would be way back there?
Yeah.
Okay.
It would way back.
Wouldn't be on
It
the
would be,
front of Adel.
parallel with his house where his
Okay.
carport
And so
is.
that distance from the street to the gate is 76 feet.
Yeah.
76 feet.
Yeah, so
Okay,
he has a
that's
very
what you were
deep
saying.
yard, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't-
it's
I
better
don't
to
see
have a
it.
picture, that's
Yeah,
for
I
sure.
don't see an issue with this.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I understand that now. I was thinking the gate was going to be right on Adair, this big, huge gate, but it's going to be further back.
76 feet inside.
Yeah, I understand now.
Yeah,
Mhm.
up against
Thank
the
you.
house.
Right in the back.
Okay, any other questions or comments on this?
No.
Okay, yes, Mr. Campos.
I'll make the motion that we approve this variance to the section that's cited here for the fence height at 6618 Adair Drive.
I second.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Campos and a second by Mr. Orozco to approve the variance to the fence at 6618 Adair Drive as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Okay, thank you, Mr. Ponce. Okay, so we'll go back to the regular agenda, 8 p.m. 4.1, presentation, discussion, and possible action on authorizing the city manager to sign the commercial contract for unimproved property located at 0 Samaritan Drive, Leon Valley, Texas, 78238, lots 1 and 2, block 1, CB, 4430, Grass Hill Estates subdivision, approximately 19.614 acres of land. And Dr. Caldera, are you going to start this discussion?
Yes, so I'm going to ask that we move into executive session. So the attorney had a couple of questions for you in regards to the agreement. So before you make a decision, y'all need to go into executive session to be able to answer those questions.
Okay, so at this time, 8:02. Now, let's see, do we want to do that now, or we could do it at the end?
You can do it at the end, but then you're going to postpone this item because you can't vote on the purchase agreement, because that's what this item is voting on the purchase agreement without answering those questions.
Oh, okay, I got you. So we need to go into executive session. So we'll move to executive session at 8:02, and we'll stand in recess until we get back. Thank you all very much. You've got such a lovely neighborhood, you know?
It's usually. You kept putting it over there, like, me too. But you kept putting it over there. Why? Drag it over here. They can't see it. No, but I had it to show us.
And they take you out. By the time they pull you out, they put you in. By the time they pull you out, when it's way down to the ground. You don't care. I don't care. Yeah, you're in the twilight zone, right? And so I could see her and watching it happen. Did you do the same thing? You saw it again. I put the plate on one end, but in my brain on the panic, and I don't exactly.
Oh, that's the
No,
other
they
thing.
give you chocolate.
We did it together once.
And then they, I don't know. Yeah, but I couldn't do it.
I'm one of them
And
who wound
they,
up with
and I just,
It was so fast, I thought.
in and out.
period. So you're gonna, direct.
But then the.
Fingers crossed, and I was like, I was panicked.
Coffee.
And then the thing was gonna be in my body and like, but no, I don't. It's not, you just see, it's the panic, you just see exactly the lifeline. That's how I learned to do it. And then you see, man. Really, really weird.
So, shameless.
Oh, now you're not gonna fall for a book over here. They're gonna give you something else, they probably haven't spent a think. Try number one, go to look over here. Number two, drop something. And her eye will go there and would go, what? I'm telling you, they have probably different scenarios for you. So what? Oh, she ain't gonna fall for this look over here again.
She was answering the question. The first 2 meetings, I thought, oh,
Well, on top of that, I have another
serious,
It's like fire. Oh, that's what they're not in North Carolina.
Going around, looking around. Oh, yeah, I love it. I'm going, you can't find it, I'll do it myself. If you can't see that, I know, and it don't roll. And then I said, if you want this one, X marks the spot, you hit it right there. Right there. I'm a road dog. You might, but when they go in, and they go through where they pull it out, and then the thing drops there. And they go. I would have given you're afraid of and oh God, she put it in, and then the general wait for me. So how much you want money? I said, pull it up. Don't you do that? Supervisor. No, you know.
Tearing my meniscus, it's killing me.
Oh, that's not good.
If you stay on the VIP long enough, it shouldn't turn up on there. You should be able to pop it. For whatever reason. Just hit start, and then it should stay on. Whether he comes off or on, it shouldn't affect us. So we need to ask the like it should stay on even if he comes off.
I know you work on it, sure.
He'll come back on. Because I was talking to him on his cell phone.
I mean, I have, if you want to do two, I'll start with you, and then Ray, and then I'll do the end. I can have that. Do that. I just told Tina and, I'm putting Josh on. So that's fine, go ahead. This one, she has one.
Are y'all cold? No? No good? No cold? Oh, the hallway, that AC. They're cold. I see people shivering, so.
What's it on?
It was on 70.
They had a computer and a phone in there. They used to have their server in there. They had it at 60 degrees.
We used to in our old server room. We used to keep it at 67, I think. It's freezing. We've raised it, but we used to
Yeah,
keep
you
it.
don't need to have a server room that cold.
It's cool.
That's right.
She's in charge. Is everybody back? Police and fire. Okay, let me see what the time is. Okay, we're back in open session at 8:37. From the discussion on agenda item 4.1.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and just begin the discussion. We did receive the purchase agreement. You all had that in front of you. The purchase price is $2 million for the property, for the city-owned property. And so I don't know if there's any more that y'all would like to discuss, or if y'all would like to hear from the citizens.
I certainly have a lot to say, but do we need a motion and a second before we can discuss?
That's up to y'all, unless you want to hear from the citizens before you make a motion in a second.
Well, I'll just go ahead and start, and then we can open it up. As Dr. Caldera said, the developer is offering $2 million to the city for the sale of our property. It's about 19 and a half acres. I'm opposed to it because we're getting into debt without knowing the outcome of the FY25 budget. Many of you just saw that we're $777,000 in the hole. So we would sell it for $2 million, but our cost, our rough proportionality cost is $2.5 million. Where are we going to get the other $500,000? And Mr. Shahade, I believe Dr. Caldera tried to, and I understand he doesn't want to pay any more than $2 million, but we only learned a month ago. That's what's really strange about this whole process. We had we're always discussing the situation that we would sell the property, get the money, and then we get to put it into pools or skate park or whatever. But we didn't know until about 6 weeks ago about rough proportionality. That had never come up before. So to me, that's that's a stickler for me. Also, we talked about needing to hire additional police and fire. And so when would we get this property tax? 5 years? It's going to take 5 years to build this. So, but meanwhile, we have to, because we have other developments going on that we have to hire more police and fire. So our costs are just going to go up. And I just feel like we need to table it and just wait until, and we see how these other developments go, and then be more fiscally conservative. I'm a fiscal conservative person. And we don't know what the future's going to hold, as far as the economy. And anyway, but I know I don't have a vote. I have a say, but I'm also in the minority. So I think with that, I'll ask if anybody else wants to say anything, and then we will definitely hear from y'all before the council makes a motion to approve this. Yes, sir.
So I wasn't around. I wasn't part of the council, obviously, when this lawsuit happened with the city years ago on this property, where the city was basically forced to buy this property from the property owner, and with taxpayer money, $500,000 then, which was not budgeted, right, to buy this property. Sure. And we had to shell out money because of a lawsuit and buy this property. And now we have the opportunity to actually sell it and make a good chunk of money, a $1.5 million profit from the sale of the property. And I don't look at it as a, obviously a loss, as you said, Mayor, a shortfall, because this rough proportionality where we have to pay $2.5 million, yes, the $2 million will go right into that, but it's not just this property, the other properties behind that will, over time, yes, it may take 5 years for everything to get built and sold and for us to start getting tax revenue from these properties, but we're not going to immediately, day one, have to put more police officers and fire department and stuff, not until the places are built and they start generating tax revenue. Then we can hire more officers and fire department and stuff like that for the fire officers for the city. People are going to come here, they're going to shop here, shop local, and improve our businesses, improve our city. It's just been, a long time since we've had development. Now we're seeing the Triangle property and the Huebner properties that are coming online. It's the way things are going, and so I think in the long run, I can't tell you what's going to happen in 5 years from now and how the economy will be, but what the trend is that the buildings are becoming more and more dense. They're not becoming less dense. They're putting more and more people packed onto properties. So I know there's concern about this being R6, but it still has to come back and the plan get approved. And I think it's very reasonable. I think if we continue to wait and put it off another 5 years, another 10 years, then it's going to come and say, okay, you know what, let's put a high-rise apartment there because that's what's going to make the most sense. To put super high-density garden homes or townhomes or something like that. And I don't think that's what I'm hearing citizens. They don't want high density. So to me, this is a compromise. If you want reasonable single-family homes, then we make this move. If not, then we just wait, and eventually it's going to be super high density. And that's my thoughts.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Campos.
So I'm in favor of the development of Leon Valley in a very responsible way. As I mentioned to you in the comments that I had in the prior meeting, this high density behind the residential area, it's unprecedented in Leon Valley. We've got R6 throughout Leon Valley, but they dump right into a major arterial road. This is what's so different about this, and this is what I'm opposed to. For this particular contract that's before us, I think the price is too low. Again, I see it as an accountant, is that we're short money because we're going to have to pay more than what we're going to get for this. There is going to be an additional amount of fire and police. Even with this R6, when we saw the conceptual drawings with variances in the roads being smaller in one of the roads that we've already approved in R6, I just don't think it's right. So I'm not in support of this. I understand Mr. Bradshaw's comments and some of the citizens that are for it, but that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
I have heard that another development close to our city, the one on Huebner and Babcock, that was a high-density R6 housing development, and I heard that all the houses have been sold in that property. So, people are wanting these smaller lots and smaller houses. And another thing, we might have to come up this is just a rough figure. It may be less, it may be more, but it could be less than the $500,000. But that'll be spread over several years. It's not something that we have to come up with an extra $5,000 this year. It could be, it could take 5 years to really develop this property. So it's going to be gradual. So it's not something that we have to come up with an extra $500,000 today.
Yes, Mr. Orozco.
Thank you, Mayor. Dr. Cardetta, just refresh my memory. How long has this property been vacant?
For as long as it's existed.
Okay, for over 40 years?
Yeah,
And
1952 since y'all been incorporated.
Okay, so with the $2 million, that's roughly $100,000 an acre that they're paying?
Roughly.
Which is about the going rate for an acre, or is that more?
That's, right now, that's going for $100,000 an acre is a little bit more than what we're seeing per our realtor is what we're seeing for home sales anyways.
Okay. That's what I need to know to make my
Okay,
vote.
thank you. I just had a follow-up on the 2.5 million for the rough proportionality. Did you tell us that that could go up?
It could go up, but it also can go down.
Okay, but most of the time, inflation and prices are going up, not going down, correct?
Correct, but
So
we
over
have
the
gone-
next 5 years, that number, 2.5, could go to 3 million, so we.
So the total, so I think so rough proportionality is a term used. It is the cost to improve the streets. And so the engineer has given us a probable cost to improve those streets of $3.9 million. And so because his development is going to have an impact on those streets, he's given a cost of what that impact will be. And so for R6 impact, he was going to have to pay, whatever it was.
1.6, I think, but
1.6.
his cost is not going to change.
Correct.
Our cost could change.
Our cost could
Yeah.
change. It could go up. We have gone out for bids. I have seen it happen where the price has gone up, where we've had to come up with the difference, and I've seen the price go down though. So I want to just, I've been pretty transparent with y'all and giving y'all both sides to every pro and every con that I can possibly think of for this property, as well as telling y'all don't have to do anything with this property. So this is the only piece of property you have full control over because it's the only piece of property back there you own. So,
Right. Okay, very good. Anything else? If not, then I will open it up to the citizen. Mr. Shahadi, come on in, up. Got 3 minutes. Everyone's got 3 minutes.
Great. Thank you very much. All right. So I would like to address 3 things in less than 3 minutes. The first thing has to do with Mr. Campos' comment on high density behind lower density. As you drive, this is a myth. It's not true that what's happening in this particular neighborhood. You have Grass Hill is all R6 driving into the neighborhood, and so is the other side of Seneca. So you have R6 on both sides of both arteries. Okay, so let's just check that. In terms of rough proportionality, it's important for council to understand that it is a proportional. The proportionality is related to number of units. Those numbers that are being used where, first of all, we have to cover all the utilities costs. The city does not have to, basically, that's at least what we have heard. All the utilities would be our responsibilities. The only apportionment that is happening has to do with the roads. And that is basically per unit. The numbers that you are hearing are strictly for Samaritan, the Samaritan property. It's for 166 lots. That's the calculations, is the apportionment of 3.9 million, where we have about 1.6 million assigned to us, plus the utilities cost, which is an additional $1 million that the city does not have. But the moment we start developing Lubbock property, and we start developing the city property, the numbers of the units are going to go up. As such, the proportionality, the apportionment changes drastically, where at a certain point in time, the city doesn't have to pay a penny for those costs. It's very important that we do not misuse numbers, because the numbers are the numbers. It's very simple. The formulas are, Dr. Caldera has those formulas. So I just wanted to put this to bed, these 2 issues. Plus, the third thing is the cost of servicing new communities are generally substantially lower than servicing existing communities. And there are statistics by municipal governments whereby up to a certain point in pricing as you purchase a house and the revenues coming in from taxes proportionate to the dates that those houses have been built. Especially, you're not talking rentals here, we're talking about ownership. You do not see any major impact in terms of crime or in terms of additional services that you would see with older neighborhoods.
Okay.
So I just wanted to clarify this. We have 6 seconds. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Yes, you may. Ms. Hall, go ahead.
We are so close to the medical center. We have residents, we have nursing students, we have physical therapy, we have occupational therapists. They would love to live in this kind of a place because, number one, they're going to be building equity. They're not going to be in an apartment. And they would be great neighbors for anybody. And they don't want to go into the old neighborhoods, and they end up going in apartments out of Leon Valley and in the city, and that's where they're spending their money. I'd rather they spend their money with us.
Okay, yes, Mr. Campos.
Dr. Caldera, or I don't see Melinda here, but on the R6s that are in that area, were there any variances for those homes?
No.
So hopefully my colleagues will consider that when you have these requests, that there is not a variance, that you make the lots shorter, that they follow our R6. To have a beautiful complex like Pavona Place where Ray lives, it's beautiful, but there's no variances.
That's right.
So those are our true R6s that were built there. Now, I will say the variance he's asking for the trees did not exist. The tree variance that we didn't have a tree ordinance at the time the ridge was built. That's the reason we have a tree ordinance now, is because the ridge cleared out the trees. So the tree variance that he's requesting couldn't have happened any other time because that ordinance didn't exist. So I just want to make sure we're clear. But yes, as far as everything else, the shorter of the lot size, that did not happen with the other communities.
Okay.
Absolutely, they were true R6s.
And I had a question for the city attorney. Can I quote something off of the real estate agreement here for the citizens to ask? I can?
Yes, it's
I
an
just
open,
wanna be
it
sure.
will now be
I
open
just
to
want
the
to be
public.
sure because I don't want to, we did discuss this in executive session. The buyer, Mr. Shahadi, he wants this in the contract, may assign this contract. If buyer assigns this contract, buyer will be relieved of any future liability under this contract only if the assignee assumes in writing all obligations and liability of buyer under this contract. So this seems to me like this is a short-term gain and then you're out of here. But that's how I read it, but that's a concern to me. So, okay, that's it.
Yeah, I have a question
Yes,
for
Ken.
our Realtor.
Mr. Brett, come on in, Brett.
Is this real estate contract a standard Texas contract, standard format? It's not a special contract? Okay, just wanted to check.
Okay.
With that, I'd like to make a motion, Mayor.
Okay, we want to hear from any of the citizens or no? I guess you don't
Oh, I
want to.
thought we were doing that already, and then you guys jumped in. So,
Well, I just started out, so anyway, but I'd like to hear from the citizens if my colleagues will agree to it.
I agree.
that's fine.
All right, so if you have something to say, please state your name and where you reside, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Abraham Diaz, 6014 Kinman Drive. Mr. Shahadi said correct. The numbers are the numbers. Your numbers right now are bad. You've got a deficit. That's what she just presented right now. You've got 10 officers that are missing. She just finished saying that the officers are on a 12-hour shift, and they can go for so long, and then morale's down. My fire chief is back there. He's got 6 people right now, and a whole bunch of apparatus is back there. Your main interest for the city is health and safety. $2.5 million. Where are you going to get it? You're going to pay him you're going to pay $2.5 million. He's going to sell it. He's going to give you $2 million, and you're going to give it right back to him. That don't make sense. Where did y'all go to school? I know y'all wouldn't run your house budgets like this. I guarantee you that much. And y'all raved at the last meeting. We dropped taxes 20%. Great. Did you drop your city services 20%? You cannot function up here and drop taxes this way. You can't. You have to be able to maintain your city. What he's doing is, again, we're not opposed to development as long as it's right development. We're not. We want the development back there. But this thing about in the future, forget the future. It's now. Now's the time. You've got an issue right now in the city. He's not the answer, okay? He's not the answer. This thing that we have to put in, if he wants that property, make him develop the whole thing. Make him fix the roads. He wants it, make him do it. We have a deficit, and the important thing right now is the city of Leon Valley. And I know you all say the best interest of the city, the best interest of the city. Is it the best interest of the city? Think about it. Councilman Campos is correct. The mayor is correct. Is this the best interest of the city? To sell this man the property, and then we give him back the money. Why can't we use that money, as the mayor said, and put it in somewhere else? I'm pretty sure if I asked the chiefs right there, back there, hey, can you all use $2 million? They need help. They need personnel. That's your main priority right there. It's important that you put the interest of the city of Leon Valley and the citizens and the safety of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Diaz. All right, anyone else? Yes, Ms. Mersch.
I'm Beth Mersch. I live in Seneca Estates, and I want that to be noted because in previous sessions, the counselors have said the only people that care about this are the ones that are in their backyard. Well, this is not in my backyard. I live on the other side of Bandera Road, but it's going to impact me just like it's going to impact every citizen in Leon Valley. And I'm concerned because I agree with everything that the mayor said. $2 million is not enough for this property. We all know that property costs are up, and the fact that we're going to have to pay $2.5 million just for our share of the road improvements for this subdivision, and that doesn't even count all the road maintenance that's going to come after these 166 houses and have all their cars and whatever. And I'm definitely touched by the irony that the preliminary budget was presented today, and the fact that we are missing 10 police officers, we are missing firemen, we are missing things. We're cutting from the budget just to try and make ends meet. And I agree that this is not the answer. I think we're trying to develop too quickly. I agree completely that we don't even know what the impact of these two other existing subdivisions are going to be on our city services, on public works, on fire, on police. And the fact that we have this piece of property, I don't think there's any harm in letting it sit there until we can stabilize the city from this explosion of growth that we're doing right now. I think we have to slow down a little bit and recognize that this is going to have ripple effects all through Leon Valley that we won't be able to catch up with, especially if we have to dump that much money into our share of the expenses for improving roads that have never been improved, that are well past, nobody expected people to be living in those fields or whatever. So I really think that I guess I'm concerned because so many of the counselors on this council keep saying, oh, well, we're not thinking of the whole city of Leon Valley, and they're going to shop here. They're not going to shop here. They're going to shop in San Antonio. And I think that you are cutting us short by saying that we're just a small number, but we're a very, very adamant number that are trying to watch out for the interests of not only our neighborhoods, but of all the citizens of Leon Valley. And I would dare to say that y'all have not polled any of the other citizens in other areas of Leon Valley to see what they thought of this project.
Thank you, Ms. Mersch. Okay, yes, Ms. Chasen.
Okay, so I'm Tina Chasen, Forest Oaks. I know the citizens sitting behind me already know my position. All right? You're holding two other families for 40, 50 years hostage by the non-development of the city-owned property, which was R6 before a previous council member had it designated as RE1. To hold the city hostage, the properties of the owners of the other two properties and their families for all these years, paying on undeveloped property is wrong.
We have X number of acres to develop that are privately owned, that people should be able to sell and develop their properties. Wait. We have waited 40, 50 years. Nobody's come along to offer anything on any of those properties. Mr. Shahade has presented plan after plan, trying to just satiate the citizens and the councilors to make everything be the best it can be for the city. I am very much for this development. I am very much for all the development. The properties will not be costing the city anything. It will take time to develop and sell these properties. By that time, in the future, we could be just as much in the solid as opposed to being in the deficit. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Chasen. Appreciate the comments. Anyone else? Good evening, Ms. Diaz.
Good evening, Guadalupe Diaz on Kinman. So we heard lots of stories. We heard Mr. Bradshaw saying about supporting shops. Although we have lots of empty locations on Bandera, and you are aware of that. So let's fill those out first before deciding what happens with the property, would be my recommendation to you. We also heard Martinez say, oh, Heapner and Babcock, they're selling. Well, that's wonderful. That's wonderful if it fits that in their community, but all we're asking is for you to pause and slow down. I am a teacher by profession. I've been doing it for 25 years. I'm no longer a teacher. Now I've elevated into other roles. But you sell the property for $2 million, Mr. Martinez. Are you awake? You sell the property for $2 million, but you have to give back $2.5 million. To me, that is like not even kinders would understand that that's a loss for us. And so the time is not in the future. The time is like right now. What do we need to do right now? We have 10 officers that we have vacancies for. And my ask of our new council person is, can you please pause and get to know us first before making a decision? Because we have been trying to get a hold of you to talk to you about the need and the urgency in our community, and you have been blocking us and not wanting to be part of the community. I thought city council people were public servants. I know as a teacher I'm a public servant. I thought you were going to be a public servant. And if you can sit and meet with our communities and hear us out as to, we're not saying no to developing, we're saying slow down, so that you choose the right developer to come into the city of Leon Valley to develop what is already assigned for the property. The other thing is we saw some unbalanced budgets, yet we're okay with selling our property for less money and having to pay more money instead of figuring out how do we get our cars repaired? How do we get the equipment that our safety folks need? How do we fill those vacancies before we move forward? So I'm really alarmed about the movement. I'm really alarmed about the movement that is happening and so fast, and my wonder is why? Why is this such an urgent movement for you, sir, for you, ma'am, and for you to sell so fast and to do this deal without pausing and actually even listening to the citizens of Leon Valley? That is, I'm just floored, alarmed. I believe that public service is different. I am a public servant at heart, and I'm questioning what your intentions are to be Leon Valley public servants.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. Anyone else? Okay. Ms. Hendricks? I'm sorry? Oh, excuse me. Would y'all please not talk because that's disturbing us up here. We can't listen to the citizens that are at the... So if you want to talk, if you could go out to the foyer, that would be wonderful. Really appreciate that. Thank you. All right, Ms. Fernandez, good evening.
Good evening. I would like to say that I've listened to and gotten the opportunity to talk to everyone now about the building in this area. And I understand your concern, Mr. Bradshaw, and I can understand that you're thinking that it's only going to be more dense. It'll be denser if we wait. And, you know, Mr. Orozco, I'm not sure that I follow why it's okay to build denser homes in a property that's behind and located within another neighborhood. Mr. Shahadi said, well, there are R6s on the side, but they're not, they don't have any variances, and the property size that you're proposing is smaller than any other R6 in our community in Leon Valley. So I'm asking you to not ask for the variance, to leave enough space so that it can be comparable to all the other R6s. I would think that would be amazing if we could just get the properties to be comparable to the other properties that are in the city. That would be awesome. I thank you all for supporting, for stating what you've said about the projects. I also want to say that we, as the citizens, we'd like for you to leave green space when you define whatever is going to happen in these properties. We'd like green space. It seems to me that the space that the city owns, that we can hold in our pocket and leave it so that we can do with it what we want, so that we can make green space. I know the park and the parks people want to add to that pocket park that's in Seneca. They want to add space to that. So where can we find that space for them? Also, there's that floodplain at the southern western part of the property. If we could make sure that we can put a water feature or anything that would hold water rather than to put homes up there, and that may be part of the plan already. So I just want us to, we have 5 new developments coming in. We have 5 new developments. The list that Dr. Caldera put up there didn't even have Seneca there. So why don't we wait and see what happens then? I know you all want to leave a good legacy. I know you all want to do a good job. I know that you're going with your conscience and your understanding of the project, but you have a lot of opposition. And you don't necessarily address our opposition. You, like, as Ms. Diaz said, you don't talk to us. Like, I've tried to talk to you several times, and you won't talk to me.
Thank you, Ms. Fernandez. Your time is up. I do appreciate that.
We
Thank
need
you.
to communicate with each other.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Hendricks. You sure may.
How do I make it go down? Oh, here? Like I
Good
can't
evening
see
and
over?
welcome. Yeah.
Thank you.
Very good.
I'm Sharon Hendricks. I
Mhm.
live on AIDS. And Mayor and Council, I just want y'all to do the right thing. And the right thing, I think, is not to sell the property to a developer that's going to put in R6 with variances. R6, we have that already in our subdivision, and it's on just one side of Grass Hill and one side of Seneca. But I don't think variances is what we need in our subdivision. So I just wanted y'all to do the right thing, and I just wanted to tell you a story about us. Maybe we came to Leon Valley. We'd only been married 1 year. We bought our property. Our property extended into the creek. We owned the far side of the creek bank. And so we had fish and a live stream going on. And the city came to us one day and said, your neighbors are flooding on Jeff Loop and everything. Can we clean out some of it? And so we said, yes, we did the right thing. And we tried to make it better for our neighbors not to flood. And then the city came back again and said, now we need more land. And so we did the correct thing. And then LC 17 came. So we know what the right thing is to do. And now I'm looking at this property, and when we came there was only R1 homes. And we all thought, I think, that R1 homes would be in our subdivision, and that's the right thing to do for our subdivision. We fought I shouldn't say we fought, but we really worked to have zoning changed to RE1 because, yes, we are close to the medical center, and we all felt there would be doctors and folks like that would want a little bit larger lot out in kind of rustic back there. It'd be nice. And so that's why we had it changed to RE1. We always thought it would be medical people or someone like that instead of them going off to other subdivisions. And so, yes, I agree that I don't think this is the right fit, and I would hope that y'all would do the right thing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hendricks. Yes, sir. Mark Ferris, that's right. Mr. Ferris, good evening and welcome.
Good evening. This seems very rushed, and I'm asking the council to think about it and make sure this is the right decision. I'm asking that some research be done to show where high density behind low density has been successfully implemented in Bexar County or in Texas as a whole. And if it hasn't been implemented, then do we really want to use Leon Valley as a research project? The rough proportionality numbers that we have today, those are only for the Samaritan property. Sure, Mr. Chahade says it's going to go down, but somebody should actually stick numbers to it. The R6 that is on Grass Hill and Seneca, it's been pointed out it doesn't have variances, and that is all that you could put in those locations. The majority of the neighborhood was built with R1, and then they just use R6 to fill in pockets. This just splatters R6 all over the place with no option for R1. For the occupational therapists and other medical staff that we would like moving into our neighborhood, and I agree with you 100%, Councilwoman, the published price of these homes is $420,000, which means they're going to have about $84,000 liquid that they can put down in the house. That just doesn't exist in the medical community. That's not who's going to buy these homes. So if we can, I agree with you, those make great neighbors. I got to move on, but 20% down on these homes, they're not going to have it. We really need to think about who the buyer of these homes is going to be. R1 is being built all over San Antonio. And for some reason, we can only build R6 in Leon Valley. Why is that? And maybe we say that's the issue, is that we can't get R1 buyers in Leon Valley and figure that out first before we liquidate all our property. And then in regards to holding families hostages and telling families what they can do with their land, this is just how zoning works. The Samaritan property was R1. The Samaritans weren't held hostage. They knew what they had, and they could have developed it as R1 if they wanted to. And then the Lubbocs, they were held hostage because their land is landlocked, but that's poor planning on their part that they didn't get an easement. And then as far as the contract, the real estate contract, that's just a baseline. You can redline things out of that. If you don't want Mr. Chahade to assign the contract to another corporation, then just redline it out and say, no, our deal is with you, Mr. Chahade, or One Stop Group, or whoever it is. But those get amended all the time, and my time's up. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ferris. Appreciate it. Okay. Okay, I think that's it. Is there anyone else? All right. Yes, Ms. Heil.
The comment was made that I didn't take people's phone calls. That was on my private phone. I now have a city phone. If anybody wants to call and leave a message, I'll be glad to talk to someone, to anyone.
How would they get your number? Is it on the city website? Okay, very good. You've got a card. That'd be great. All right, so if you'd like Ms. Heil's card with her phone number on it. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Her city cell phone is 210-461-7187.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hall. Okay, I believe that's it for the citizen comments, is that correct? All right, so what is the pleasure of the council?
I just want to address a couple things that were said. You know, there are some good ideas, polling the citizens. I have talked to citizens in other neighborhoods. You know, most don't really have an opinion either way because it's not in their backyard, and hence they're not here. I think there's been some misunderstanding about how economics works, and the statement that working on filling the shops on Bandera Road first. You know, anybody who's ever owned a business or done marketing research, what you do is you look at the demographics, the families around, the age groups, so what's going on. If there's nobody there, you're not going to put a business on Bandera Road. And so I think this, you know, again, bringing in new families to Leon Valley will be better for our community all around. You know, the comment was made about holding the families hostage back there, and I think beyond that also is holding that property hostage. You know, people, the other comments were, why rush? This seems rushed. We bought this property, what, 2017? Is that correct? 2017? I don't see the rush. We just, I mean, I don't think it's a rush. And then one other thing, park space, and again, this I think my understanding is the plans are still fluid, being developed, but the plan that I saw that Mr. Shahadi presented on all the properties was that in the back portion there's about a 4-acre park that will be there as included in these plans, so that, you know, should help. But with that, oh, and then one other thing about redlining the contract. Yeah, there's with my motion, I'll make one change. But I would like to make a motion that we pass 4.1 and authorize the city manager to sign the commercial contract for the unimproved property located at 0 Samaritan Drive, Leon Valley, Texas, 78238, lots 1 and 2, block 1, CB 4430, Grass Hill Estate subdivision, approximately 9.614 acres of land for $2 million, with one change to the contract. Section 6B3, the part that says if the existing survey is not acceptable to the title company, and the change would be that the buyer will obtain an updated survey. That is the only recommended change. That's my motion.
I'll second it.
All right. We have a motion by Councilmember Bradshaw and a second by Councilmember Martinez to approve 4.1 as presented.
I do have a comment to make.
Well, after, let me do, we'll have discussion as soon as I finish the motion and the second. Thank you. Okay, so we're approving 4.1 as presented with the exception of section 6B, subsection 3, where the, is it the title company doesn't accept the survey, then the buyer will have to update the survey and pay for it.
Right.
And we estimated that in executive session to be about $10,000.
Possibly.
Any further discussion? Mr. Martinez.
Couple things. The comment about keeping the property at RE1, I don't think it is feasible for any developer to be able to build on that property as an RE1. You would have to build $1 million plus homes on that to even pay for the infrastructure that needs to go in there. So that would put that out of anybody's budget. And the second thing is, someone mentioned about the stores on Bandera. We have an excellent person working for our city, Mr. Salinas, in economic development. I believe he is doing an excellent job in trying to recruit businesses and get people here. In fact, Mr. Roque, if you wouldn't mind telling people about what's happening next Saturday. There's a new store opening, and you're going to have a grand opening Saturday.
Yes, we will have a grand opening at.
Well, this is
Th-
really
that's
not,
irrelevant.
this really doesn't
That's irrelevant.
apply to this
Okay,
agenda
I'm just
item.
saying,
Yeah, I was
somebody
just-
made a
no, I'm
comment
sorry,
about
didn't mean to
the
jump on you,
vacant
but
stores,
Mr.
but
Martinez
yes, we
is
do have
outlined.
an action plan for that.
Yeah, okay. All right, so we have, any other discussion? Yes,
Yes,
Mr.
more
Roscoe.
discussion. I just want to address some of the things that were addressed, and one of the citizens addressed saying that, it's also says, what school we went to. You're right, we may not be as educated as you are. I've only had 3 years of college, and she's probably a lot smarter. And the certain citizens said that we're thinking about now, that we should, no, we're thinking about the future. And that's what's important for us. I have a responsibility, whoever's going to take my place, that they not have the complications and the difficulty of trying to make the city work. And the cameras are going to go. We've been spoiled with the camera money, and they're going to go away in 7 years. And we have an opportunity and a responsibility to think about the future for not only for the city, but for the next city council that comes and takes our place, that they don't struggle to try to make ends meet. And also, they had, another citizen indicated that for us to slow down. I spoke to the realtor, and he says that he has never seen any city that has taken this much time on any one property. And so, like I said, we have discussed it. We talked in an executive session, and it's a heated discussion. We just don't take this lightly, but it's important that we discuss this and disagree and agree in order to try to make Leon Valley better. And they keep, another citizen came and said, well, think about it before you do it. Well, honestly, I've been thinking about it for the past 4 or 5 years, and it's just coming to light right now. Even though if this passes, they still have to go to the zoning. They still have to come to us again to determine what kind of houses are going to be put on there. So with that being said, also one thing, another thing that was said earlier, several months back, about Mr. Shahade buying a steak dinner. Mr. Shahade, did you ever buy me a steak dinner? Did you ever give me a bologna sandwich? Have I ever answered your emails? No. And my decision is going to be on what I think is best for the city of Lehigh Valley in the future.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Dr. Caldera, if you'll please call the roll.
Sure. Councilor Benny Martinez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Betty Heil?
Yes.
Councilman Philip Campos?
Nay.
Councilman Ray Roscoe?
Yes.
Councilman Will Bradshaw?
Yes.
Okay. The motion passes 4 ayes and 1 nay. All right. Thank y'all very much. Y'all, it's been appreciate y'all's input and your passion, and we thank you for attending and expressing yourself, and this is the outcome. So we will move on from here. Thank y'all. All right, we move to agenda item number 5, which is announcements by the mayor and council members. And if you'd like to go ahead, and I'll give you all a few minutes to leave. Okay. All right, I just had a couple of, well, I actually have a lot of announcements, but I don't know, it's kind of late, it's 9:30, but a couple of things. Attended 2 really good meetings last week. The results of the point-in-time count of the homeless on January 23rd of this year, I went to a 2-hour meeting, and I don't know if y'all read about it in the paper today, but homelessness is up. People that are unsheltered and that are in sheltered situations are up. But the good news is that the veterans' homelessness is down. And so that was good. But anyway, I gave Dr. Caldera, it was a big book, and we have signed the interlocal agreement with the county, or Haven for Hope, and they just approved it today at the Commissioner's Court. And so our next step will be to begin the pilot program by first hiring the outreach coordinator. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how that plays out. And I think we've talked about doing at least quarterly updates or regular updates to see how we're doing. It is just a one-year pilot, so we can see, measure it. But anyway, so it's to me, it's a positive first step. Then Dr. Caldera and I went to a meeting on Friday with Judge Sakai. He met with all of the suburban mayors, and his number one issue was the Suburban Cities Emergency Management Advisory Committee. He's very concerned about weather-related incidences, and the Bexar County, we in about, I don't know, maybe 15 suburban cities, I'm not sure, he had a whole list of them. We have Bexar County as our emergency management entity that we work with. And, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 suburban cities. And so he wants us to be prepared. And so we're bringing together this committee to learn how we need to communicate and respond. And the county, believe it or not, remember I asked you about, they responded to Poteet. Did y'all hear about Poteet about 2 weeks ago? They had like a little tornado. Anyway, the Bexar County responded to them, and they're in Atascosa County. So they're willing to help in any way. But he says it's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when, and we need to be prepared. Then we heard from Sheriff Salazar and DA Joe Gonzalez on their offices and what they did. It's really good. And I remember they say they do this like they do active shooting training. And I turned to Dr. Caldera. I said, do we do that? Oh, yes. So, I mean, every time they said a program, we are engaged in it. So I was very, very positive to be there. This Friday, Mayor Pro Tem Campos and Dr. Caldera will attend another suburban mayors meeting at CPS Energy. So I know that y'all will come back with good information on that as well. Hope to see everyone at the 4th of July parade and picnic. And we do have a city council retreat on July 13th before the next city council meeting, which is July 16th. And I don't know where it's going to be, but it'll be 9 o'clock, and we'll have it posted. The pool's open on June 8th, and happy Flag Day, and happy summer. It's going to be here. It's going to speed by before we know it, right? Okay. And one other thing, the library is having their petting zoo in the Raymond Rimkus Park this Friday. It's gotten so big, y'all have had to move it, because it used to be in the community conference.
And it's a big rig petting zoo. No animals are present.
Well, I know. This first thing I did was take my granddaughter, and I said, where's the animals? I mean, duh. Yeah, it's big rigs. Yeah, exactly. But I learned the hard way. But they enjoyed it. They really did, because you get to climb up on everything. It's very great. So anyway, that's going to be this Friday at what time? 10 to 2 or 10 to 12:30 or something like that. Yeah,
it's only 2 hours.
10 to, yeah, it's only 10 to noon. But I'm amazed at the turnout, and people from all over the county come. So it's really good. So if you have any young kids that you'd like to take, please go there. So that's it for me. Any other announcements from the council members? Yes, Ms. Heil.
As everyone knows, the drainage area behind off Evers Road and Hebner, where they've been putting in the new sewer lines, they have begun seeding the area back there, which is really nice, because that means no more big trucks.
Yeah,
and so we can all put our wildflowers out there. We can throw them out there, and they're going to be watering. So the supervisor told me. So I hope it does well in 107-degree heat.
It's 117 heat index today. It's the highest it's ever been. Did y'all hear that? Yeah. Okay, so Dr. Caldera, is that project almost finished?
End of July is projected completion.
End of July. Okay, very good. That's that SAWS increasing the sewer size in our city. Yes, Mr. Martinez.
When you mentioned the emergency services, one thing a lot of people don't know is that the amateur radio community has put, well, it was a grant, I think, from Bear County, but there's amateur radio equipment in the emergency room of most, I think, every hospital, and there's radios in a lot of the fire and police stations. So, you know, if a major emergency was to happen, your cell phones are going to be useless. A lot of times even your police radios will be useless. And even think about like 9/11, all the police transmitters were on top of the World Trade Center. When that came down, their radios were useless. And so amateur radio was probably the first emergency communications avenue. And that's all I want to say about that.
Okay,
Is that,
good, thank you, I appreciate that. So we'll go to Benny, who's got the ham radio, right?
yes, I am an amateur radio
Okay,
operator.
Mr. Martinez, excuse me. Okay,
I'll get my CB radio out of the closet.
okay, get your CB radio, okay. Mr. Campos.
Mayor, I'd like to just share with the citizens that on May the 24th, I went on a ride-along with the police officers.
Oh, wow.
And
How'd that
spent
go?
6 hours with the sergeant around Leon Valley.
Cool.
It was the most fascinating experience. They go through so many different scenarios in that short period of time, from somebody trying to assault a police officer to stopping somebody with expired out-of-state license, to the most incredible accident that seemed like it was nothing, to people fleeing the scene in a car that caused the accident, and a driver involved in that accident getting out of his vehicle and running.
Oh, no.
In that, they did find some drugs.
Mm-hmm.
It was incredible. I also did get to see how they analyzed the red light camera and how people are receiving citations out of that.
Okay.
It was very informative. Chief, thank you for your officers. You know, it's imperative that we all as a body work to fill your vacancies and work on the retention of your officers. And hopefully I look forward to riding along with a fire chief and driving the truck. But we'll leave that for another day.
And what time did you ride? I was just curious.
I was there from 6 to 1, I think.
6 a.m. to 1?
Yes.
Yeah, I have ridden before, and it was early on, so I was wondering what time.
They said there hasn't been a ride-along since, Chief, they told me since 2017.
Probably, yeah. Mine was before that, but it was very informative too, so got to do it again. All right, anyone else?
Just real quick.
Okay,
Yeah,
yes,
I thought I
Mr.
saw you
Roscoe.
at Dunkin' Donuts, but just, I know I said it last time, but again, Marshall High School, congratulations on the graduates.
Oh, yes, that's good, thank you. And all the, and your grandson. Yes,
My
he
grandson
graduated
graduated
from Boston,
yes.
going to pharmacy school. I know you're really, really, really proud of him.
Boston, it was beautiful, 77, that's a high.
Don't rub it in, come on. No, that's great. Well, we're glad you had a good time. All right, is that it? Oh, one more thing,
quick,
Mr. Martinez?
What I was going to mention earlier, we have an excellent economic development director, Roque.
Okay.
And
Now he
there is
can
a new
tell you.
store that's opening. I think it's open now, but they're going to have their grand opening Saturday at, 6 o'clock? 5 o'clock? 5 o'clock?
Can I approach?
Yeah.
You may approach. I didn't mean to jump on you, but you know.
So yeah, I'm gonna pull out my phone because I'll tell you exactly what's up. So the store opens at noon on Bandera Road, and the event is at 5 o'clock. So they'll have discounts and they'll be doing giveaways as well. But the store opens at noon every day.
What's the name
It's
of
called Vintage Rodeo Boutique on 6904 Bandera Road, just behind the bowling alley, near the bowling alley and the Planet Fitness, just on the other side of that.
Vintage Rodeo
Yes, they do.
Boutique.
It's a Western store.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. So then we move on to Dr. Caldera, your manager's report. How are you doing this evening?
So I wanted to apologize because I haven't finished my city manager's report. We were swamped today with budget stuff. So I was about to be done with it. So I just want to do one more look over before I send it out. But it will be available online, and we'll make sure we'll keep an extra copy here for the next time for you. But you should have it tomorrow morning. I do want to make a correction. The big rig petting zoo is from 9:30 to 11
on Friday.
To 11, thank you. Okay, great.
And that's it.
Is that it? Okay, very good, thank you. Consent agenda 7.1 to 7.4, any member want to remove any of those items for discussion? If not, may I have a motion and second?
I so move.
I have a motion by Councilor Orozco and a second by Councilor Campos to approve consent agenda 7.1 through 7.4 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Moving then to regular agenda 8.2, presentation and discussion of an ordinance amending the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Appendix A Fee Schedule, Article A8.000, Building and Construction Related Fees, A8.003, Plan Review Fee Assessment, to add a subsection C, Review Plan Fee, and this is a first read as required by city charter, so we will not have a vote tonight, and we can decide where we want to place it on the July 16th agenda. Mr. Salinas, good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So this item is a fee question that we're asking for the city. So as we're going down and planning and zoning, reviewing some fees, we found some permits are not generating at least the break-even point for the city department, and so this is one of those fees that needs to be addressed. We're bringing you an option here to increase the fee or to create a new fee, and I'll explain to you why that is needed here. But essentially, if the permit goes more than once back to our inspectors, then the city is losing on that fee. And so every single time it goes back, we are losing on that fee. So I'm going to give you an example of some fees that are doing that. These are the permits that will be addressed. Every single one of these permits that's pulled requires an inspection fee by our inspector. And so typically these fees are not included or calculated in the permit, so we have a review fee. And so that review fee covers one review, which covers the cost to our contractor inspector. However, if the inspection fails and corrections need to be made, the applicant needs to come back and address those comments, and it needs to go back to the inspector for review. There is no fee in place right now that the applicant has to pay, and therefore, under contract, we are required to pay our inspector that fee. So if a plan goes back and forth multiple times, the city is losing on that permit on every single one of those fees. So that is why we're bringing this fee up to you today. Sorry, so this is the application process. This is a clean process. If the process were to get right and the fee would be, the plans would be reviewed and corrected and approved the first time, you don't have an issue. So you're clearing some money, but as soon as it goes back for a failure, then we have that problem. And typically, 85% of the plans that we get are coming back because they need some kind of correction, and so that's pretty normal. So we're losing a good amount of money on these fees. This is an example of a good fee where the value of the permit is covering both the inspection and the fees for our city. So the plan review fee is $95. That is what we pay our contractor. The inspection fee is $60. This permit fee was $150. So the total cost is $155. This permit cost the applicant $257. So on this permit, we cleared $102. In the process where it gets sent back to the inspector, that's where the loop starts to happen. And so I'm explaining all this to you right now in words, so you don't have to read this. But this is an example of where these fees start to add up in the red for the city. If an applicant rejects and doesn't address the comments, we are still required to send it back to the inspector, even if the city staff is not inspectors. So we have to take that action. They tell us they've addressed it. We take their word for it. We review. We're not the inspector. We send it back. If it fails, we have to pay that inspector $95 every single time per our contract. This is an applicant that's failed the review 5 times. As of today, he failed it again. And so this is going back, and this permit is getting larger and larger in a loss. And so we have a good amount of these permits that have this problem. And so this is the reason why we're introducing this re-review fee, which is standard across the other cities that we looked at. The amendment ordinance would include a $150 fee for a re-review fee every single time the applicant has to return it. That best case scenario should cover our should cover our cost for us to send it back for the inspector. Our inspector charges us an hourly rate. In my experience, we haven't seen any review take longer than an hour and a half, so that should cover that. If a review takes longer than 2 hours, then we go again into the red, but at least it's not a large red. And so that's what $150 is a pretty flat fee that we're requiring, and then we're trying to propose here to the council. It is my recommendation that we include the fee and we adopt the fee as presented. It is critical for these fees to be adequate and cover the cost to operate the department. And so that is our recommendation for fee. But again, it is at your discretion.
Yes, Counselor.
So just probably a stupid question, but just to kind of clarify, when somebody submits a request for a review, do they have a checklist of things that are going to be looked at?
Yes. So typically what happens is that they hire a contractor, and so that contractor is registered. They're a licensed, bonded contractor with the city. And so the applicant is not the one. The applicant is usually a construction person. And so some of the violations are minor failures of, you're using 2018 building codes, and we're in 2021. And so that doesn't matter. That's still a failure. They have to correct it and send it back. And so tiny things, depending on what the expertise of the contractor is where the kind of things goes forward and back. And so that's why it's not always clear. It's not always clear on what they get right and what they get wrong. It's a variety of things.
Or something. Well, I guess my concern would be, they go and they say, oh, well, you didn't have smoke detectors installed, right, or something. And then but it was on the list. They should have known that they needed this. And then they go back, and then now we find something else we didn't find the first time. And does that make sense? Like,
I understand what you're saying. So if a contractor follows the International Building Code, it is a standard code throughout the thing, so they should be able to read that code.
Okay.
And the checklist, based on what building you're building, based on the facility, based on all that stuff, that will be listed in there. And so you fail to address those things, we can do, then it's in the International Building Code. You're not reading that code. That's what the issue is.
And it's not an inspection. They're reviewing a set of plans.
Oh,
So it's not them going out looking like, oh, you're missing a fire alarm. It's them reviewing plans. So the set of plans should be in compliance with whatever the building codes is going to be. And what's happening is, what I'm seeing more and more is the engineers or the BJ will put in their comments, and they'll address one or two comments and not the other one. So then they're like, okay, well, you still didn't address these other ones, and they kick it back, and we're still having to pay for that second review.
Going back and forth. Okay. That's kind of my thing. Yeah, obviously they have to build it up to their plan, but it's not like they're going back and adding new things to it, right?
No.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Martinez.
Okay, so if somebody submits a plan and the inspector points out, let's say, one item that, just keep it simple, one item that's wrong, is he charging the city the whole $95 to review that? Okay, he marked off that, so the applicant fixes that one item and resubmits it, and does he charge us the $95 again to look at that? Or, if he sees that, oh yeah, it's fixed, took him 5 seconds to look at it, and is he still charging us the $95 for the second inspection?
So he invoices us by the hour. So sometimes the blind can be a quarter of an hour, 15 minutes, 30 minutes. It just depends on what he's reviewing. Some plans are very complex. A Whataburger had to submit a plan, right? That's a huge building. That could be a 2, 3 hour, 4 hour project. Sidewalk repair could be something very different, so it just depends on what the project is. But yes, he bills us by the time used.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Yes.
Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Campos.
Mr. Salinas, I think this is a great idea. I'm in full support of it, and I'm in favor if my colleagues agree to put it on the consent agenda.
Okay, is that it? All right, good. That's easy. We'll do that for the next, which would be July 16th. All right, moving then to 8.3, Mr. Salinas is still presenting. Presentation and discussion on amending the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Appendix A, Fee Schedule, Article A.000, Building and Construction Related Fees, Section A8.006, Curb Cut Permit, and Section A8.018, Sidewalk Permit, to increase fees for such permits. And again, this is the first reading by the city charter, and Mr. Salinas is here to present again. Thank you.
Hello,
and
Council.
welcome.
This is another similar project or similar fee adjustment. And so this is for sidewalk and curb cut, which is essentially a driveway. And so again, we're having the same situation here where our reviews or inspections are not covering the cost of the permit. And so we are going to increase this fee with the council approval. Again, kind of explained that already. It's important for our staff to be able to cover the cost of the permit. So right now our permit is $75. Our review is inspection is 2 inspections. They have to look at the rebar to make sure that the entire project is up to building code and the sidewalk code, that we want full rebar and not mesh or anything like that. And then they have to do a concrete pour, which is the final inspection. So the total cost for our cost is $130. $130 that the city pays, the applicant only pays $75. So we're taking a loss on $75 per permit that we get on the sidewalk. The same thing, if there's a reinspection fee, the city would cover, city inspection fee is $75, which is already in here. And then the building inspector fee of $65. So if we change this a little bit, we start addressing these negative loss per permit. And so the reason that this one is a little bit more important is because obviously we're going to have some developments come in. And so if you're looking at a loss of $65 per driveway, you multiply that by the number of new homes that are going to be coming in, and you're looking at a pretty big loss. I think conservatively we ran some numbers, and it would be a loss of around $23,000, $24,000 with some homes being built. So I want to reiterate that this fee will cover that process. And so we've made it a little different. So curb cut and sidewalk, and so we're being fair to the residents. We made the resident curb cut cheaper, and the commercial curb cut a little bit more expensive because it might take a little more time. It would cover the initial and final inspection only. Commercial reinspection, if they fail the inspection, they would need to do another $150. Residential would be $100. These $100 and $150 cover the costs for our inspector per our contract to go out there and do the inspection. And then any resubmittal of these plans would go back to the $150. So they need to resubmit plans for the sidewalk or for the curb cut or anything like that. They would also, if they fail the review, they would need to pay that $150, just like we talked about in the other process here. So this is more being proactive, so we don't get to all these homes and realize that we're losing funds per permit, and that's what we're trying to avoid. I think that's my entire
Thank you very much. Mr. Martinez?
I agree with this item, and if I have concurrence with the other council members, to put this on the consent agenda for next meeting.
Okay, anybody else wanted to say anything else on the issues, or we're all supportive? Okay.
Just
yes.
Thank you, Roque, and I guess Crystal, if you directed this, I don't know who started it, but
yeah,
it's
if
great
you want to
that we're
explain
finding
how
these type of
he
things.
took this over. Yeah,
that you're looking at these things.
So right now, he's interim helping me in the planning and zoning department. And so when you have a second set of eyes that's down there and like really looking at the processes,
Right.
he's catching
some things like this. That
and so he's bringing them to me, and I'm like, oh no, we don't want to lose. And he has a chart, and it shows how much it costs per city, like the cities that are closest to us to build homes, like how many permit fees, and we're the lowest still. And so, you know, we put together those charts. And so I just want to make sure that with the new developments coming in, I don't want to be losing any money. And we don't do a whole lot of driveway cuts because we don't have a whole lot of new development.
Right.
And so we may do one driveway a year maybe, and so nobody really caught that fee. Well, when we're taking a look at doing
when
multiple
it's coming
homes,
up, we don't want to lose much money as well. Yeah, so great.
Very good. Thank you for catching that, Mr. Salinas. Okay, very good. So then we'll move that to the July 16th consent agenda. Okay, on the next ones, 4 through 9, I just thought I'd take each one. I know y'all have reviewed it, and we can discuss it and then make a motion. On the Board of Adjustment, that's 8.4, discussion possible action of a resolution for of the City of Leon Valley, Texas City Council appointing members and alternates and a council liaison to the Board of Adjustment. So Ms. Heil has gone off because now she's on council. Danielle Bolton has applied, and so I think, her term is up, so she would like to be reappointed. And another person, Linda Barker, had applied for Board of Adjustment, so she could maybe take Betty Heil's place. I did reach out to the Sawyers, and Brian Sawyer is not interested in continuing. I'm not sure about any of the others. Mr. Roscoe, I don't know. They did not, a lot of people didn't reapply, not that, I don't know if it's they didn't know, and some of them said they did, but anyway. But Stephen Parker, I don't have his phone number, but I can certainly call him. But and David is your husband?
We'll remove him.
I'm sorry?
Remove him.
Remove him, okay. Okay, so that's a no. So what's the pleasure of the council? You want to appoint two and carry this forward to July 16th and try to see if we get more people, or how would, and then the liaison also, if Mr. Bradshaw wants to continue. Yeah.
Who were the two, if you could display those again?
Linda Barker and Danielle Bolton.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm in favor of appointing them.
I think we should reappoint both of them, yeah.
Reappoint Danielle Bolton and appoint Linda Barker, okay. Is that a motion?
Make a motion.
Okay.
I'll second
And
it.
a second. We motion to by Councilor Campos and a second by Councilor Bradshaw to reappoint Danielle Bolton and appoint Linda Barker to the Board of Adjustment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Mr. Bradshaw, did you want to continue as the liaison?
You know what, I said my term expired in 2023, so,
Oh, okay, well.
but I can continue as liaison, that's fine.
Okay.
And actually, I'll reach out to Mr. Parker, I have his number.
Okay, good. Yeah, I thought I had it today, and I couldn't find it. So yeah, I think he'll continue as well.
Yeah.
And your wife, Mr.
He's checking with the boss
Oh.
right now.
No, yes.
He's
Texting
no,
her
I'm
with
okay
boss.
with him being the representative for us.
Okay,
No,
but you'll let us know about Yvonne.
What now?
Does Yvonne want to continue on board?
You know, I'm going to let her make that decision.
Okay, that sounds good. We can always add it to
I know
the
that if
agenda.
I don't want to talk to her for her right now.
Okay, that sounds good. All right, the next committee is the discussion and possible action appointing members to the CPAC, Citizens Police Advisory. And Ms. Heil has 2 appointments, and Mr. Orozco has 2, and I have 3, so go ahead.
I have Olin Yarnell and Eric Mata.
Olin Yarnell and Eric Mata, okay. Okay, and Mr. Orozco, you have 2 appointments.
I saw where Kim put in her application. Bill did call me, and he indicated that he wanted to continue to stay in.
Okay.
But I didn't see an application for him at all.
He can just submit it, that's fine.
If I can just go ahead and accept who I have at the moment. And one of the things that I did want to say is that the attendance that's on there may not be completely correct, because not all the minutes have been put in. And that's something that I'll be working with Mr. Mata to get that done, so we can bring this up to speed.
Okay, and
So I'll go ahead and contact Bill and ask him to submit his application.
okay,
And it seems like Kim wants to continue on, so I'm going to go ahead and continue and stay with the ones that I have already.
okay, all right, so Kim Crawford and Bill Stannard. And then on mine, I had appointed Olin originally, so anyway, because I just talked to Betty this evening, so she's going to appoint Olin. So I'm appointing Tina Chasen and Josh Stevens, and I have one more that I need to appoint, so I will appoint them on July 16th. So if we could have them, and then Mr. Orozco, do you want continue, or you want somebody
I
else to
would,
take
I would like to
over?
continue. It's
Okay.
something that, I'm the one that started it. I'm the one that put it in, to bring it back, and I'd like to finish it off and get it to the point where you'd be running real smooth.
Okay, so if there's no.
So yes,
if
ma'am,
there's
the answer is
no,
yes.
If
I'll
there's no
continue.
opposition, then we'll appoint you to council liaison. Yes, ma'am?
Diane Brill had expressed an interest in staying on as a committee member, but I tried to call him, and the number was a disconnected number.
Yeah.
So I don't, and we don't have any more information on him.
Yeah.
So he may end up,
Well, and I was looking at his attendance as well, and I don't think he really has been coming to the meetings, right?
some of
I
the
think-
attendants aren't correct as,
Yeah, but anyway. Okay, well, that's fine. I will appoint somebody on July 16th. I'll look into that. So if I could have a motion to appoint Place 2, Olin Yarnell and Eric Mata. Place 4, Kim Crawford, Bill Standard, and the mayor's.
We're only adopting the ones you have applications for. We can't
Okay.
you
Kim
cannot
Crawford.
appoint without an application. So the only application you have is Kim Crawford. I mean, you have Kim Crawford, you have Eric Mata, you have Olin Yarnell.
Gotcha.
Application.
Okay.
So we did that one time, we took, we adopted it without, we had to come back the next meeting and remove that person, so.
Okay, so we'll just carry over
To the next meeting.
next one,
yes.
because
go
I'll
ahead
have one
contact
and you'll
Bill,
have one, so yeah,
And if
okay.
he's still
all
interested,
right.
if not, I'll appoint somebody else.
Okay, and then Mr. Orozco as the council liaison. So may I have a motion for that, with the exception of Bill Stannard, he'll be appointed at the next one.
I so move.
All right,
I'll second it.
we have a motion by Councilor Orozco and a second by Councilor Bradshaw to appoint the two people in place 2 as discussed, Kim Crawford, place 4, and Tina Chason and Josh Stevens, the mayor's appointment. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Again, with Councilor Orozco continuing as the liaison. Okay, on the economic development, we've received Yvonne Orozco's application. She's expired. And Benjamin Alterman. And there's a couple that are not expired, Roger Christensen and Kishore. So that's 4. So, and I don't see any kind of council liaison. So may I have a motion to appoint Yvonne Orozco and Benjamin Alterman to the
I so
board?
move again.
All right.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Orozco and a second by Councilor Bradshaw to appoint Yvonne Orozco and Benjamin Alterman to the Economic and Community Development Advisory Board. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Okay, moving then to Library Advisory. We have 3 reappointments, Linda Cruz, Margaret Tovar, and Hillary Huber, who all have their applications submitted. But there's still another opening for Barbara Owens, which again, we can move to the 16th meeting. May I have a motion to reappoint those 3 members of the library board?
So moved.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Campos and a second by Mr. Martinez to reappoint Linda Cruz, Margaret Tovar, and Hillary Huber to the Library Advisory Board. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Moving then to the Park Commission. The following people have submitted their desire to continue to serve on the Park Commission: Danielle Bolton, Roger Christensen, Thomas Benavides, Elaine Valdez, Diana Frazier, and Joyce Trent. I have commitments from Julie Martinez and Ann Sawyer. They don't have applications, but they do. I have called them, and they do want to continue. Nancy Marufo does not want to, so I've talked to her. So we'll put the ones that don't have applications on the next meeting, but may I have a motion to accept those who have reapplied to the Park
I
Commission?
shall move.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Bradshaw and a second by Mr. Orozco to reappoint Danielle Bolton, Roger Christensen, Thomas Benavides, Elaine Valdez, Diana Frazier, Julie Martinez, and Joyce Trent. No, not Julie Martinez, and Joyce Trent. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. All right. Okay, planning and zoning. Needs to be a correction on the planning and zoning roster. Thomas Dillig resigned months ago, so he's not there. And as you can see, there's a vacancy in Commissioner 5. So 3 people have reapplied on the zoning commission because, again, it's staggered terms. And that is Andrea Roof, Mary Ruth Fernandez, Pat Martinez, and Eric Mata, those 4.
Will Mary Ruth Fernandez move to Commissioner 5?
Yes, Mary Ruth Fernandez will move to Commissioner 5, and Cynthia Koger will move to the first alternate position.
I'd like to make the motion.
Okay, and then we had some other applicants for the planning and zoning. Did we already?
You had Abraham Diaz, I think, submitted
Okay.
an application. So if you want to, appoint him.
Okay.
Go up one. Yep, sorry.
Okay, so he did submit it.
Abraham
Okay,
Diaz
there we
submitted.
go. Okay, so then we still have alternate. If we have Cynthia Koger alternate 1, we still have opening for 2 and 3. So we could appoint Mr. Diaz for alternate 2. Okay. Yes. Well, I don't have another applicant. Linda Barker cannot serve on both the Board of Adjustment and the zoning. And anyway, so she can only serve on one of those 2 commissions. So may I have a motion to reappoint Andrea Roof, Pat Martinez, Eric Mata, and Mary Ruth Fernandez, and then appoint Mr. Diaz to place 2. Okay?
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Martinez and a second by Mr. Campos to appoint those planning and zoning commissioners as so stated. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Okay, very good. Okay, so we'll just keep working on trying to get more people to join committees.
I do
It's
want
a labor of
to-
love.
I do
Okay.
want to make an announcement because it will be on the next agenda, so you can start asking around for people. So I'd like to have your applicants for that too, is the trash committee. So each of you will get 2 committee appointments and the mayor will get 3. And so you're going to need to hunt people down. It will be a sunset, so people may be interested because it'll start and it'll end. We'll get ready to post the RFP. They will go through the RFP and have a criteria for them to go through the RFP interview if they want to interview some of the vendors. And so that will be their goal, and then provide a recommendation to council.
Okay, could
But-
you just give us a little bit more? Is it once a month they're going to meet from September to December, or what?
Will depend on how long it takes them to go through the RFP. I mean, I thought the bond oversight committee was going to last 3 months and they would make a decision, and it went on almost 9 or 10 months. I mean, so I don't really, it's more of them going through the RFP. The RFPs really are only good typically for 90 days to 120 days, depending on what we put in the RFP. And so, I mean, I can send you out a little blurb, but it'll just be going through the RFPs and providing y'all a recommendation. And so I don't have dates yet. I don't know if it'll be Wednesday. Normally I'll just pick a date and then have the committee tell me what's the best day that works for them. And so that's normally how we do it. We don't set the date and time right away. We let the committee kind of
And
move
so
that
do they
needle.
need a formal application?
So
Or-
what I will do, because the application doesn't have the
Right.
tiger, so if you have people that you would like to recommend at the next meeting on the 18th, have the people that you recommend. 16th. I keep saying the 18th.
I know, you keep saying the 18th, yeah.
The
Okay.
16th, and we will get them, if you get their email addresses to us, we will email them a separate application so we know for sure that they'll be part of the process. But it will be short. I'm thinking 3 months at the most. But again, I'm wishful thinking, so.
But the RFP hasn't been sent out yet.
Has not
And
been
you're saying that takes 2 months?
No, usually 30 days.
30 days. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Okay. So we can all bring that for the next time. Okay. Any request on agenda 9 for items that you want to be consider on a future agenda?
Mayor?
Yes.
Not for the city council, but if I can ask city manager for our retreat, if we could get a briefing on the lift funds that we put in there, and also a briefing on the Lions Roar, the $30,000 we're paying for printing, and I think Melinda, and I know this is Campos territory, but she had indicated that maybe she might make a recommendation to make Evers 35 miles an hour instead of 30 miles an hour. Not that it's going to happen, but I would like to get a briefing on the pros and cons on it. And also, not so much on the retreat, but call TxDOT about what it's going to what we would do to just change the metrics on the lights on Seneca and Bandera. Because they don't have to do anything. They can just reprogram it for one street go, one side of Seneca goes, and then the other side of Seneca goes, so they won't be locking horns. She indicated that it had to be a request done by the city of Leon Valley.
Does that have to go on the agenda for that?
I mean, I'll
Just
I'll reach out
letter?
to see if we can. My understanding with the TxDOT thing is they're not touching them until after Bandera Road's complete. They've already done all the synchronization. They're not touching them.
Yeah.
They've got every timing down, because once you change the timing there, you've got to change it 10 other lights. And so we asked them to look at the El Verde light not too long ago, and they're like, we're done tweaking. So, but I'll send out a request so I can get it formally in writing, and I'll get
Yeah, I'm just testing the waters just to see, if
Absolutely.
it would work. If it's going to cost us money, no.
My thing is, all we can do is ask, and all they can say is no.
That's exactly right.
Exactly, that's exactly where I'm going with that. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay, so if there's no further action or discussion, we will move to adjourn at 10:09 on Tuesday, June the 4th. Happy summer, and we'll see you on July 16th and the 4th of July.
Oh, we've asked. They said they can't.
Huh?
They said they cannot, because you can't have a flashing yellow on more than one lane crossover.
What?
Yeah, there's too many lanes on Bandera Road, because it's a state highway that required it. You can't do a flashing yellow.